This is a narration by D.F. Nicholson. Eulis, the history of love, its wondrous magic, chemistry, rules, laws, modes, moods, and rationale, being the third revelation of soul and sex, also reply to Why is Man Immortal? The solution of the Darwin problem, an entirely new theory by Paschal Beverly Randolph, M.D., 4th edition. To John F. Capp, L. H. McLaughlin, Albert Burpee, John Temple, Gustav Schrader, Lewis and Jonathan Kirk, E. A. Percival Jr., Abu Id Dur, Junbub of the Ansari, Othman Oswald L. Kendi, Her Gracious Purity, Pharaoh's Sherwan Afradun. And to every man, woman, or child besides whoever, as the named great, because good souls, ever did me a kindness or spoke me fairly in the dark hour, and through them to all humankind, for the firm and steady rebuilding of a right and true system of social ethics, based upon the purity of women, the nobleness of man, and the honor of the race, one wholly free from all abnormalism, devoted to the everlasting discomfiture of all who aim to pervert the higher, better, purer, nobler instincts of our common human nature, to the speedy downfall of all false systems and shams, whether in physics, morals, politics, or faith, and to the corresponding advance, thrift, and triumph of the good, the beautiful, and the true, and to the assured success of the superlative order of men and women who constitute the EWAS. This present edition of My Work of Religio Medici is gratefully dedicated by the refounder and hierarch of Eulis, P.B. Randolph, Toledo, Ohio, 1874. Eulis. Affectional Alchemy, Part 1. Reader, mine, I am about to treat herein the grandest subject that ever engaged or challenged human thought. In doing so, it is likely that I may repeat some things elsewhere, by myself or others, said before, but even so, I have struck upon many things now given to the race for the first time. A vast amount of physiological chaff is current in the world, originating in the pulpy brains of certain people with M.D. after their names, folks who eke out a good living by putting medicines, of which they know little, into bodies whereof they know less. A still larger amount of chaff, labeled philosophy, is afloat, generated for the most part in the angular heads of people, whom a chronic prostatitis or ovarian fever has so deranged that they really imagine themselves philosophers, being only shams, who propose to revolutionize the world, especially the domain of Marriageland, by inculcating pudacious sophistries, better calculated to kill than to cure their victims, on either side. One thing is certain, light is needed, and this work, originally intended to be called by a different title, but which intent was abandoned, owing to the vastly larger scope of the completed and rewritten volume, is meant to afford exactly what is required, and 1. What a tremendous deal of suffering, horror, crime, wretchedness, and despair there is in this beautiful but badly misused world of ours, most of which might be prevented in the first instance, or remedied in the second, were there less consummate and confounded ignorance afloat up and down the earth's strong tides of human life, with its strangely, wildly surging ebbs and flows, heats and snows, in reference to matters pertaining to, and concerning the relations, wise and otherwise, subsisting between the separate genders of the human race, especially that portion of it located in the so-called civilized lands, and particularly in the cis-Atlantic portion of the Lord's exceedingly immoral vineyard. Now, whoever supposes that the ignorance alluded to is confined solely to the masses, sometimes spellable as the masses, according to Carlyle, or that the sum total of non-knowledge must be looked for among the unread, unlettered, and unwashed crowds that throng the great highways of the world, and whose struggles for life and clamors for bread occupy most of their time and attention, will find him or herself most woefully mistaken. For a far less dense and conglomerate ignorance upon matters of vital import to every human being exists among the people. The rude crowd who jostle each other everywhere, and which is the plastic material that the brainful few mold into voters, hero worshippers, or send to fight their battles against each other, armed with plows or rifles, pitchforks or bayonets, cannons or spades, than is to be found in circles making very lofty pretensions, not only to knowledge, but to morality also, from its geological base to its astronomic summit. For gross and culpable non-knowledge, especially upon all vital points that cluster round the one word sex, you must look, not amidst the untaught hosts, the democratic underlier of society, but right squarely among the so-called learned, professional, much boasted, highly cultured, upper strata, especially in those centers of population whence newspapers by myriads are scattered broadcast over all the lands. Were not this a painful fact, such classes of reformers as now march over the world were an utter impossibility. They are an unhealthy set, the fungi of a false civilization, regnant for a time, but certain to disappear with the advent of common sense among the people as a general thing. Sex is a thing of soul. Most people think it but a mere matter of earthly form and physical structure. True, there are some unsexed souls, some no sex at all, and others still claiming one gender and manifesting its exact opposite. But its laws, offices, utilities, and its deeper and diviner meanings are sealed books to all but about 2 in a million. Yet they ought to have the attentive study of every rational human being, every aspirant to immortality beyond the grave. In some sense, this matter has been, and is, the subject of thought, but only in its outer phases, or its grosser aspects, seldom in its higher ones, and never, until now, in any of its loftier and mystical bearings. Books by shiploads on one or two, and always either its physiological or sentimental sides of the subject, have been put forth by ambitious MDs, or notoriety-seeking empirics, books which mainly satisfied a prurient taste of morbid curiosity, gave but little light, and generally left their readers practically as ignorant as before. Other books, in other millions, vile, atrocious, cancerous, abounding with death in every line, fraught with ruin on every page, have been, still are being, scattered everywhere across the nations, till the flower of the world's youth has been blighted, and the morality of earth sapped dry. Oh, that literature, foul, disgusting, beyond belief, terrible as the cobra's fang, keener than the dagger's edge, monstrous as a drunkard's dream, more devastating than the spotted plague, until between the two milestones, quackery, pseudo-professional literature on the one hand, and the execrable, libidinous abominations on the other, one half of the manhood and womanhood of our nation has been ground into the very dust. No punishment can be too severe for the disseminators of that latter, no contempt too great for the authors of the former. Not one of the very many respectable people, including 50 French, a score of English, about as many Americans, and a few German authors who have stained reams of good white paper and spilled gallons of ink in writing anent the sublime subject of sex, have taken the trouble to go 1 inch below the surface, but have been content to copy each other and repeat the same old worn-out story, else concealed a few good ideas in barrels of words. They have taken man and woman, shown us their anatomy, explained something of physical gender, said something about function and periods, and left us, because they knew nothing further themselves. For example, there are 10,000 treatises extant concerning what the doctors call the sin of one onan, meaning thereby a certain nameless solitary vice, but the man alluded to in the Bible never was guilty of that sin at all. Albeit, his crime was equally bad, equally disastrous and hateful. In these days, it is politely called conjugal fraud, and in plain terms, consists of the nuptial union to the orgasmal climax, which was allowed to occur only in a manner never intended by the infinite God. He wasted his seed upon the ground, that he might not beget children to inherit his brother's name. See Bible. Millions do the accursed thing today, that they may be childless, as indeed they deserve to be. For he who does that heinous wrong commits a quadruple crime against his wife, himself, nature, and God, to say nothing about the right of all souls to be incarnated by the act of man. Now the doctors truly say that the sin solitary and the fraud conjugal are both bad, but fail to give us even half the reasons why. Here let me make a point for the doctors, and all others besides. In the normal, proper nuptial union, a term I invent expressive of the most sacred and intimate fact of marriage, there is a certain amount of the male vital life in fluid form, semen, voided. Exactly the same by actual weight or volume may be wasted in a lascivious dream. A spontaneous ejection of superfluous vital force in the same form, 3D. The same may be lost by the abominable conjugal fraud, or by the heinous sin against oneself, solitary vice. But note the tremendous difference in the results that follow in each of the four cases. First, in the reciprocal and normal one, only joy results, positive and pronounced, and never is followed by any particularly somber feelings. Happiness ensues, and the man's soul is at perfect peace with his physical form. In the second case, resulting from spermatic plethora, a relief follows, but leaves a weakness after it, requiring phosphoric food to recuperate from. There's a little shamefacedness too, but not much. In the third case, the whole being is shocked, and the man feels himself to be contemptible and mean, and so he is. In the fourth case, a bitter, poignant remorse haunts the self-sinner day and night, for sometimes weeks together, and the results of his dreadful sin stands by him like an accusing goblin from the depths. Now why? Remember, we suppose what is true, that weights and measures are the same in all four instances, that the exact amount of fluid life is lost, yet one launches its victim into steep down gulfs of remorseful mental torture, and the others do not. The physiologists have not answered that question. I will. In case first, the normal one, waste is occasioned by the magnetic action of the electric lymph, the absorption of which by the masculine compensates the vital loss on one side, and the absorption by the feminine parietes of the exudation from Cowper's gland compensates on the other side. And here I give the doctors a new discovery, to them, not me, which is, that just within the vulva are two little glands, called the glands of D'Auvernay, from their French discoverer. That much the doctors were aware of, but they did not know that those glands are the seat of all vaginal and uterine life, nor that trouble seals them up. Love only keeps them open. When sealed, there is no exudation of magnetic lymph, which must be present, else marital rights mean death to her sooner or later. That's what ails half the wives of Christendom. Now another new thing for the doctors. Just forward of the prostate gland is what is known as Cowper's gland, but they know not its use. I have just explained it. It is to collect, store up, and discharge the magnetic fluid of the body in liquid form. It precedes both the semen and the prostatic lymph, and upon contact with the lochia, Duvernay, they fuse, the result of which is the fulfillment of God's purpose in bisexing man. I hope this thought will be carefully studied and understood. Now, in the case of the solitaire, there is but one force at work. The result is from imaginative and mechanical forces, not from electric, magnetic, or spiritual ones. Hence he draws upon his very soul itself, violates and disobeys the fundamental law of love, and that is why he pays the dreadful penalty. Love resides in the soul. The basic law of that soul he deliberately prostitutes, wherefore his soul, as well as his body, must and does suffer. An episode, a singular experience. 2. One day, as I went walking up and down the town in soliloquent mood, I met a man whose woe-begone countenance betokened great griefs tugging at his heartstrings, and that soul pangs were racking the very foundations of his being. I met the man. No, I did not say that. It was my alter ego encountering myself, and I learned his sad story, pondering deeply upon which I pursued my way to where sleep and I were wont to woo each other, and there, throwing myself upon a lounge, drank some fresh, sweet milk brought me by a chunky little Germanesque neighbor of mine, of say 9 years, pretty, as all children are, and loquacious and talkative as all children should be. As I lay there, I thought of the man, a lone and lonely man, for she whom he loved and trusted, many years younger than himself, was afar off, among strange people, where amid the rounds of gaiety, in fashion's tide, she had no time to think of him, the delving toiler, and far too many followed the example of that thoughtless girl. She was wondrously fair, and heedless as beautiful, with fashions to air and conquests to achieve. Poor sweet little lady! And as I pictured her beauty and bloom, I could but justify her vanity, and on that basis condone her apparent heartless coldness in never deigning to write to him, who was suffering daily deaths by reason of her cold silence and contempt. And so I lay upon the lounge and quaffed the sweet, delicious milk, and I thought about the woman and the man, and as I did so, I fell into a sort of magnetic trance and clairvoyance, a habit familiar, seeing that the power to do so was born with me, and by its means I have 1,000 times been able to see afar off, and to glimpse things denied to mortal vision. On this occasion I fell into it from having incidentally cast my eyes upon a third-class triune or magic mirror, such as for years I have used expressly to induce the state of psychovision. It hung over the table against the wall, where I had placed it after polishing it, preparatory to sending it to a lady in Brooklyn, New York, to whom impecuniosity had compelled me to sell it. It was a fine one, though not the best or most costly, yet was capable of mighty things when in the humor, for be it known, they, like watches, razors, locomotives, and women, are very set in their ways, and will not work unless well treated and coaxed besides. Then they operate well enough, as did the one alluded to. Its power ranged to the aerial spaces above, and to the vaulted deeps below, and on its surface the dead could, and often did, cast cognizable pictures of themselves and surroundings then and then again. On the morning alluded to, as I breathed upon it, a thick, heavy, black, portentous cloud obscured its face, followed by a silvery sheen indicative of coming trouble, hatred, folly, error, succeeded by happiness and contentment. But I actually forgot all that, nor recalled it till after the approaching drama was ended. A drama strange and weird, fraught with pain unutterable, inexpressible, almost unendurable, yet whose results of fruitage was as ripe pomegranates are to the thirsty pilgrims, or the cool bubbling waters to the parched lips of the Arab on the burning sands of Sahara. Little did I dream that the strange experience was full of true light to others than myself, yet such it is, and was, and with grateful heart I thank the most compassionate God, the ineffable Lord, that I was found worthy to become the vessel for the conveyance of so grand a lesson to my brethren of the wide and wasteful world. In an instant, as my eyes fell on it, that wondrous glyphe, the outer world sight receded, and the soul sight came in play. Child, table, chairs, lounge, all were gone and unheeded, and on the face of that marvelous glass I beheld a scene which at that time, and for 6 weeks afterwards, I religiously believed was at that very instant being enacted far away, in, to the man in Toledo, dreadful reality. The sequel, far along in this book, will show whether it was the shadow of an enacted fact or a figment of fancy woven of mist and conjured up out of the cellars of suspicion. I loved the man, at all events. Hence what I saw froze my blood with horror, and made my nerves fairly tingle with excitement and pain. I saw the lady, whom the man loved so well, and for whom he yearned, and mourned, and wept bitter tears, revealed before the eyes of my soul. She was just emerging from a dormitory, evidently, judging by appearances, both a dishonest and dishonored wife and woman. She was gaily chatting with her paramour, a gallant young fellow, who stood near her, and on whom she gazed with unutterable tenderness, delight, and love. I shuddered with mortal anguish, for I loved my friend, and that woman bore his name. Until that hour, I and he had believed her to be pure as an angel from heaven, and now did I, through sympathy for him, suffer, the agonies of the nether hell. Presently you will see whether this vision was a lesson or a fact, and whether jealousy is and is not sometimes based on solid ground, sometimes empty air. On the day I met the man, he had told me that she had asked him very singular questions. Is it possible for a husband to discover if his wife goes astray during an absence, without the ordinary evidence that establishes such facts? Can he find it out without seeing or hearing of it? I don't know what answer was given, but I do know that the words sunk deep, like hot iron, into his soul, and he pondered on them till he grew morbid, and every day, in his loneliness, he imagined on all sort of things, which now bodied themselves in palpable form before my soul's gaze. Subsequently, she had written to say that she was very lonely, and she was dying from the mere fact of prolonged absence, yet within a week wrote that she was supremely happy and longed for nothing. This was ground for suspecting her to be a truant wife, and my friend a deceived husband, and all the more in that she was thrown in contact with some very popular agitators of the marriage and fidelity questions, on what I regarded as the wrong side. As I gazed on the scene upon the mystic mirror's face, I saw the lady and her lover as before, and beheld his burning kisses fall thick and fast upon her rich, ripe, and alluring lips, saw her languish in voluptuous death in his strong arms, and watched her return his fiery salutation. I heard his love expressions and her warm replies, but the most cruel thing of all was their combined laugh and joke they were playing on my friend, by making his slender purse bear the cost of their guiltful amours. He loved that woman as mothers love the babes God sends through welling agony to their longing hearts. I leaped from the couch, rushed to my friend's place, told him the tragic tale, fired his soul with vengeance dire, and putting a loaded revolver in his pocket, bade him swiftly traverse the 1,100 miles intervening betwixt him and his deep revenge. This done, I went to a grocery hard by, to drink beer to drown out the agony felt for the man, the detestation of the woman. Man proposes, but God upsets his calculations, or destiny does. So now, on my way to Grambrand's Hall, I encountered my little friend, the German child, at play. She strangely interested me, and I left the hall with but one glass, where I had intended to drink at least a dozen. The child saved me. Returning, I caught her up, seated her jauntily on my head, and marched back to the lonely house on the hill, where I threw myself on the lounge, kissed this little child good-bye, and, as she ran off trippingly home, at her little brother's call, who was just then having dreadful trouble with his rabbits, I caught sight of a scintillant flash of white light issuant from her head, like the radiant gleam of a peerless diamond, when all the lamps are brightly burning, and a glowing, streaming iridescence flowed from her lips. I had drawn her to me, and pressed her rosy, childish face to mine, inhaling the balmy aroma of her pure, fresh, joyous soul, and a portion of the roseate fire of her sweet lips had clung to mine. I saw it, like a thin cloud of opalescence, waving gently to and fro as I moved my head or breathed. I began to study the meaning of a kiss. There are but few among the many who know the meaning of a kiss, or that the soul, from its seat in the brain, is in telegraphic unity with the lips. Affectional, friendly, filial, parental, general in the upper one, sensuous, magnetic, passional in the lower. Nor that, when loving lips meet lips that love, there is a magnetic discharge of soul flame, and each party gives and receives large measures of magnetic life and fluid love at the instant of impact or contact, which measures are greater or less according to the lovefulness or emptiness of each respectively. While pondering on this, and marveling at the beautiful iridation alluded to above, I chanced to recur in thought to the mirror scene, and to the woman and the man, the weirdly strange phantorama already described. Again, that strange numbness of the outer being came over me, and in another instant I lay there, rapt, entranced, transfigured, and for the time being was as are the newly dead. Clearly, distinctly did my soul's vision penetrate the spaces and localize itself in that far-off room, where still stood the recalcitrant wife and her new-found lover, and the woman stood on this side, the man upon that, hands on shoulders and mutual kisses, accompanied with glowing red passion fires from lip to lip. And as I thought of my friend, her husband, I exclaimed, "Guilty, by the Lord of hosts!" But as I said so and gazed, a great change came over my feelings and my soul. I put myself in my friend's, her husband's place, by means of the three principles, posism, volentia, and decretism, hereinafter alluded to, and then, far more clearly comprehending the situation, I would not, as before, have slain her, spattered his heart's blood upon the walls and floor, or have sent a leaden bullet crashing through his brains, for the whole world, or millions more just like it. For whereas before I had observed effects, I now beheld their producing hidden causes. A great cloud rolled away from before my gaze into the vague, dim eighth, and my soul, representing my friend, the man said unto my soul, "She did not love you. If she had, this scene could never have occurred. It is but one of millions, this very day, transpiring in thousands of places the wide world over, and is the legitimate reason of the wrong relations subsisting between the matted, or rather mismatted, marriages of the earth. Love only can keep souls, and the bodies they wear, true and faithful. Where it does not mutually exist, there can be, and is, no guarantee of fidelity. Wherefore, it is incumbent on you to face the facts, call to your aid the rare philosophy of common sense, struggle manfully against this dreadful, appalling, yet perfectly natural catastrophe. Accept the situation, hush the throbbings of your tortured heart, ask God for strength to bear the heavy burden, and be wise." Still representing my friend, my soul said on, "Perchance what you see is, after all, but a fevered dream, begotten of your depressed nervous state, morbidity of fancy and loneliness, combined with the suspicions kindled by the strange questions asked upon the eve of her departure many days ago, and greatly strengthened by unwisely worded letters sent back by her, and made still stronger by her 6 weeks' utter silence. In itself good cause for suspicion, for every husband has right to know his wife's whereabouts, her surroundings, and the company she keeps. And if she does not keep him thus informed, he has fair and just grounds to infer that her actions are such as ought to be hidden from his gaze, and also from that of humanity at large. If innocent, she is still guilty of a great folly, While your trouble and pain may really have no more solid foundation than vague and empty air, let justice rule on both sides. For she was unwise, while your illness tortures things out of shape, till mere phasmas assume forms as solid in appearance as the very truth itself, and it may be that your anxiety and sympathy may have conjured up a lie, and this apparently recusant woman really be as unsoiled as the down upon the ringdove's breast, or the spotless plume of an angel's wing. Oh, how my heart, for my friend, clung to that hope. My soul to my soul went on. They twain, the far-off couple, are young, are adapted to each other. You, my friend, of course, are too old for her. You had no right to subject her to the terrible temptation of being away from your side for months together. In the midst of gay people, where everything appealed to and impressed her young heart and fancy, and made a wider gulf between herself and you. I know your heart is bleeding, that hot tears are streaming down your face, that your poor soul is sweltering amidst the torturous flames of the fiercest hell of jealousy. Yet why? For one who loves you not? Who is heartless to you, heartful to her paramour? Be a man, and remember that she, too, has rights which you are bound to respect. Not the right to dishonor, but to be free from you by laws human and divine, and to make such choice and legal disposal of herself as her youth demands, and her will, soul, and conscience prompt. If she has fallen, it is the fault of her husband, not altogether her own. She admires him, but probably loves this distant Adonis, and tempted beyond her strength, she may have forgotten and neglected duty, at the urgence and call of love, the facts of which came rushing through the air to you, and took form and shape through the vision of the seer. Be magnanimous, and if ye twain part, as ye likely will, and forever, do not fail to recognize the end as the legitimate result of the stupid folly of allowing her to dwell so far away in the midst of tempting scenes and people. Guilty or not guilty, forget and forgive. Voluntarily free this simpleton from the chafing thrall that binds her to one whose purse, not person, is all on earth she cares for. Let her go at the call of affection, and forsaking you and duty, yield her to the better and nobler law of love. Free her, and they twain will likely wed. Hold her, and she is that nameless thing, a wedded harlot. My soul had, still as my friend, not myself, gotten thus far in its just reasonings, when methought I heard a sweet and silvery voice say, Behold! And as the delicious tones rung glorified changes through my spirit, I felt that I had grown a century within an hour. And notwithstanding that I actually believed my friend's wife to be guilty, and might probably so believe until my dying day, yet I had charity for her, as well as sorrow and sympathy for him. I put myself in his place, and for the first time in my life not only realized the luxury of forgiveness, but felt capable of even dying a lingering death, that the woman so loved might be happy with him she so loved. And greater affection than that can no man show, in that he would lay down his life for a friend. I talked with the husband, persuaded him to lay by the pistols in revenge. He did so, and ceased to be jealous from that hour, caring but little whether the vision was of actual fact or a delirious dream. Behold, I looked, still with that ultra-soul sight which leaps all boundaries, cleaves all space, flashes over rivers, mountains, seas, penetrates all bodies, and brings us in actual contact with the whole domain of mystery. And again I saw the little German child, through the walls of both houses, as clearly as if they were of the finest crystal or purest glass instead of boards and mortar. And I beheld an ineffable pure, pearly-hued effulgence playing about her little head, undulating in billowy movement all about her infantile shoulders, streaming from her hair, glowing round her waist, and in loving wavelets all around. I watched this with astonishment. It was but the prelude to the celestial cantata that followed. I saw her mother gently chide her, and soon she went to bed, and slept the sweet, delicious slumber of absolute innocence. And as she thus lay, I saw the gossamic cloud of pearly aura expand till it filled the room, penetrated the ceiling, the roof swelling and lengthening out clear into the starlight, and forming to a point, shot out and afar off into the very depths of space, till I could follow it no more. Then I turned me again to the sleeping child, and what was my astonishment at beholding literally hundreds of bright shining and divinely beautiful forms, as of young children and the virgin dead, come trooping down the lane of pearly light, and entering the house, gather and dance and play at the bedside of the slumbering little one. Good is catching. That child had enabled me to stave off a fit of jealous rage in sympathy with my friend, and now I was through her again, about to learn one of the most important lessons of my life. I had kissed that child, and had become suffused with a portion of her own sweet aromal aura or atmosphere, and was, therefore, in rapport with the same bright beings as she was herself, and was played upon by the same celestial, pure and divine influences, whereof love was the dominant or major element. A portion of these purer, better, and hyperphysical auras displaced and occupied the room of the grosser aura, earthborn and turbid. I found myself cleaner, better than before, and comprehended Christ's "Suffer little children to come unto me." Not until that holy hour of rapt contemplation had I realized the immense meaning of a single touch of lips, that if it be purely given and received, both participants are blessed, not only directly, but through oblique ways, a myriad fold. Love, in very deed, lies at the foot of all, and its mystic and ideal meaning outweighs the material and popular ones by as many degrees as the pure soul of that baby girl outweighs the corrupt body of the low-lived debauchee. We may be hugged, embraced, kissed into heavenly states, or into their exact opposites. Hence, aside from common relational lip contacts, they are worse than unwise who touch lips unless love be the underlying prompter. For if the kissed or kisser be bad, just so much of that specific evil is sure to flow from the magnetic poles of either pair of lips to the soul of him or her upon whose mouth they are laid. I have said the moist lips are batteries, charged with our very inmost good or evil. It is utterly impossible for a negress boring a child to a white father ever to give birth to one perfectly Negro, even though its father, like herself, has never a drop of other blood in him, for the reason that the blood of the white man, through his child, has mingled in the mother's veins. More than that, her blood under the microscope will not show the same crystalline forms after the birth of the mixed child as it did before. Just so is it impossible for us not to be made better or worse by lip touching. Harlots invariably descend, unless snatched from ruin by a miracle. It is because of the many forms of hell struggling in their veins, combating it in their nerves, and as heaven or its opposite attends the kiss, so also is it with every other sort of human contact, even the ordinary shaking of hands. Gloves, therefore, have new uses. I awoke from my slumber a wiser and, I trust, a better man. I went out and found my soul-harried and victimized friend. I reasoned with him just as I had with my own soul a while before. I told him it was clear as sunlight that the absent woman really cared not a straw for him, but only for what current funds she could extract from him, and that, although to lose her was a bitter draught of gall, yet he had better swallow it, for that he was only loving his own sphere wherewith he had embalmed her. I asked what right had he to hold a woman in duress covert, or non-covert, whose soul was not attached by love to his, whose compliance, duty only, not affectional. It was clear he ought to give her up at once, even if the effort snapped his heartstrings, because the marking of her child was a doubtful question. Why should he pursue a heartless phantom? They were disunited in soul. Behold, the folly of the continuance. Let her go. 3. As previously remarked herein, writers upon the general topics of love and its offices, uses, abuses, nature, moods, and modes have, in the main, been content with the merely superficial or external view thereof, and have, as a general thing, utterly ignored most, if not all, of the other and deeper significances attached thereunto. And not one of them has even attempted to tell mankind any more of the principles underlying sex, love, and their copula, passion, or desire, than anyone's personal experience suggests. But we have plenty of hard, dry, pseudo-scientific flummery, else a long row of medical platitudes wholly useless because totally indigestible by the average intellectual stomach. Who of them all has given us the rationale of the orgasm, the why and wherefore, or the cause of its being, a thing of apparently no moment whatever at certain times, and under circumstances, yet at another, will almost shock the human soul out of its earthly tenement, the body, by its keen, incisive, cutting, awful intensity? Which of them all has explained what everyone ought to, but does not know to be a fact, i.e., that as explained in the New Mola and elsewhere in this book, human conjugation is or may be triple, that is, it may be of soul, spirit, or body, alone or either, and the binary minglings of the three, in various degrees, even to an infinity, for instance, 1 part soul, 10 spirit, 500 of mere body, and so on, but never true or normal except in exact equations, even tens or hundreds according as the participants are high or low. The philosophers never even guessed at this truth. Who of them has told, or can tell, why the nuptium fairly laps the very soul itself, of each participant, too, in the tenderest, softest, truly human, because strictly human, joy at one time, yet at another gives not but cruel pain, else is but a nervous spasm, unsatisfactory to one party and injurious to both, and yet the same people in both instances? Why is it, O learned anthropologists, that the generative right will at one time wholly unman one, yet at another, same ones too, will fill him with the most exquisite, manly, gallant sensibility, inspire him with the most lofty virtue and high resolve, charge him to the lips with true and royal courage, yet at another time transmute him into an arrant coward and miserable poltroon? And mirabile dictu, same parties still bring pain, keen mental agony, shamefacedness, and suicidal thought, yet at another result in pride, joy, gratefulness, generosity, and mental summer, with physical springtime. Why will this mysterious duty, for such it is God's sight, who by its means peoples the worlds and stocks the starry spaces, plunge us into the deepest blues and fang our souls with remorse cruel as the grave, relentless as the Hadean gulf of Milton and the other poets, yet at another induce a state of feeling in soul and spirit quite approaching the supposed angelic? Why? And a myriad gaping crowd of scalpel drivers repeat the sound and echo. Why? The answers. Their science don't know, therefore cannot answer. Wherefore I must take up my pen to respond to it. For those who need the information, it is my lot to impart. Since Dr. Dixon of the Scalpel printed his great and warning essay on the organic law of sex, and the anonymous author of Satan in Society faintly echoed those steering notes, nothing has been given to the world on that mighty subject worthy of attention or record. Neither essay filled the required bill, and for that reason I print this series of salvatory counsels. I may, and probably shall, ere long, be numbered with the armies of the dead, and who then will give Randolph's thoughts to the world? I don't know, and therefore give at least a part of them before I leave, for good and all. Consequently, I shall now convey certain brief and concise forms of certain knowledges, which, if abided by, will prolong many a life and add immeasurable happiness to mankind. I wish to be clearly understood, and yet not to offend the most delicate or fastidious. For God is my judge that my sole aim is to teach certain truths, whose mission is to stop the tide of crime, misery, and wretchedness now devastating our land. I am forced to use similes, but trust to be fully and entirely understood. 4. Now for the answer to the loud whys of Section 3. The states resulting happily from human fusion were because there really was a human fusion, and that's just it. In all the other cases, there was either too much body, too much spirit, and too little or no soul at all. They were violations of the love law, and the suffering was the penalty. It is a pity that 10,000 times the pain was not the direct result of every violation of the organic law. And if every proposed debauchee could or would but die in the attempt, the world would soon be a great deal better off. Where love sits enshrined over the married man's chamber door, and reason guides his conduct towards his wife therein, peace will reign, and the cell of syphilitic remedials vastly decrease. No pangs follow the celebration of the rites of holy love, nor judicious use of the divine but abused faculties of our nature. Unless love equals passion, marriage rites are never right. That's all. 5. The grand mistake made by physiologists and other essayists writing on the current topic consists in their persistent overlooking of the fact that man and woman are not the same. The male is an incarnation, so to speak, of one side of deity, one hemisphere of the imperial oversoul, one section of nature, matter, the superlative and infinite mind of minds, while the human female represents and is an embodiment of the other, for there is a male and female side to all these, and the two genders correspond to, represent, affiliate with, derive their respective powers from, and are attracted to, those respective sides. Thus either, alone, is an incompleteness. They belong to opposite sides of nature, and it requires a bridge to span the amazing gulf that rolls between them. The magnetic materials for said bridge exists in nearly all human beings. Its name is love. Bridges are in great demand. There's room for more. 6. No true man can help loving all true women, not in the grosser sense, but in the higher one of soul. Not such as lie a man out of his manhood, run him debt, empty his purse, and rob him of his peace, until he actually jeopardizes his soul's salvation, pretending to love him, but meaning not one word of it, laughing at him in the sleeve, and triumphing in the knowledge of how smart she was, how great a fool was he. That's the sort of women who, from the year one, have driven hard bargains with the masculine portion of the race, and rushed many a good man down the hills of ruin and gloom, and horrid, blank despair, nor are they all dead yet. I have neither time, assistance, or inclination for moralizing, but little patience with the Scripture quoters. None at all with the modern reform, tribes of the land and age, besides which I cordially despise all women-haters on one side and Wesnerites, man-haters, on the other. And no words of mine can express my utter abhorrence of the things miscalled men, who practically regard women as if she were nothing but a pleasure vehicle, to be kissed, petted, and ill-treated in alternate slices. But I feel quite as much indignant contempt for that large class of women who are ever ready to use their beauty as a trap to catch male gudgeons, who look on all men as fair game, to be lied to and played on, generally to the tune of rustling silks and crisp banknotes, and whose utter heartlessness belies the index of their sex. There's quite as many heartless she's as he's in the world, only that one soulless woman is a greater danger to the world than a dozen scoundrelly men, for her sex gives her points of advantage denied to all of the opposite gender. A good true woman is a diamond, a bad and heartless one worse than Milton's Satan. Sitting near me in the eating-house where I dined yesterday were 4 grave men, deliberately traducing their mother's sex. They went into paroxysms of what they call fun anent pregnancy, menstruation, and sex of matters generally. They, and millions like them everywhere, in every barroom, hotel, stable, store, grocery, consider it smart and manly to, even before young boys, habitually blaspheme deity and dishonor the mothers that bore them, by irreverent, flippant, and obscene speech concerning the sex. Poor wretches who disgrace the forms they bear by speaking of women as if she were nothing but a target for filthy tongues to hurl their venom at, or at best, as destined victims to their own abominable lubricity, mere extinguishers of the bell fires rioting in their own veins, the venomous fever passions of their own gross natures, and far more ignoble than those of the four-footed dogs that run our streets. It made me sick, it always did, to listen to the outrageous talk going on everywhere about women, whenever two or more human males of the civilized kind happened to get together for an hour. Even stately officials, fathers of families, do, and if not, at least often allow it in their presence, which is almost as bad. So almost universal is this foul talk, to be heard everywhere, at any time, ribald, coarse, and obscene, and altogether devilish, that it is no wonder that the public mind is debauched and totally demoralized. It is a curious fact that people will talk smut, laugh heartily at coarse jokes and improbable stories concerning the eternal God's method of peopling the worlds, and filling up the starry domes beyond the grave, when of all human deeds it is the most sacred, serious, and laughless. No human being laughs then, for the weight of worlds rests upon human shoulders. It is a bad sign any man hangs out when he makes fun of what ought to challenge his holiest emotions and most profound respect. There was a young man of the fun-making genus, a fellow whose nature was inflamed nearly a year before his birth, and who kept it up to a boiling point by food and drink. And the secret books he first read, and then so artfully concealed, that the servant girls were sure to find them, read, get detected, of course, by the owner. Result, destruction to poor she, brag by he, who of course was petted and made much of, while his victim's head in time hung low, for a bleeding heart was breaking. Well, this Lothario's eyes used to fairly glisten when they rested upon any young female form, and the burden of his talk was the victories he had won over two confiding women. Brag. It so happened that he was one of a jury of inquest over the dead body of poor Maria Lee, a child of 16 summers, whom a rich merchant of Loudun had betrayed and then procured a double murder at the hands of an abortionist. The rich merchant paid some money, some more in charity, by and by joined the church, and his sin was forgotten. The medical practitioner went to jail for 6 months, was pardoned out in 5 weeks, and the babe went back to heaven in the arms of its slaughtered mother. But there she lay, poor child, upon the long work-table of good Simon Scott, the carpenter, all pale and delicate as finest Parian marble or waxwork, and beautiful. O God, how immortality beautiful! Just as deity had fashioned her before the rich merchant of Loudun and his friends, the doctor in death, had finished the work so fairly begun, finished her for the grave and heaven. For if ever its golden portals swing wide to admit a shining soul, surely its hinges will revolve like lightning to let in a ruined woman. Well, the autopsy went on, the facts were disclosed, and while the surgeon piled his work, and a strong magnifying glass was handed round among the jurymen, none were so eager and earnest in scrutiny and question as the fast young man, the general lover alluded to. He carefully examined lungs, brain, stomach, breasts, heart, uterus, all, and as he laid down the glass he muttered, "And I, with the womb in my hand, and the knife between my teeth, echoed from the floor of my soul his words, 'Murdered, by God, curse him, them, and me too, if ever I,' and there he stopped, but not till his oath was registered, up there, where vows are never broken, and nothing is forgotten. If I could, I certainly would have every male over 15 witness just such a redemptive and impressive scene, and would take every boy through the wards of a hospital for syphilites. I would have every girl taught the long-forgotten truth that her soul is worth, at least, quite as much as her body, something they little dream of, so ardent is the worship at the shrine of Saint Frivoly. Had I been so instructed long years agone, I had escaped very many subsequent mistakes and consequent misery. But I, like most others, was a long time in learning thoroughly the tremendous difference between the chaste desire of pure love and the lurid fires of burning lust. I learned it at last. Hence this, and my later books, which I trust will serve as beacons to warn mankind off sunken rocks and reefs, long after these hands have returned to primal dust, and the soul that animates them is kneeling at the feet of the redeeming God. 7. From the earliest historical ages, an unnatural custom has prevailed, and its results have been fearful, sub rosa mainly. For the victims generally grieve, mourn, and die in silence. I refer to the abominable practice of old men marrying young girls. I know that temptations, youth and freshness on one side, influence, society, position, money on the other, are great indeed. But for all that, it is a something against which that same society ought to turn, and one that God himself frowns down. For never a marriage among them all produced other fruits than discontent, jealousy, madness, and despair. Campbell, in that odd book Hermippus, or the Sage's Triumph, lays it down that the old can regain many months or even years of life by consorting and cohabiting with the young. It is, and is not true. If were possible for two people, one 60, the other 16, to fully and mutually love each other, then the girl would help the man, and the man increase the girl's recuperative power. But happily, girls of 16 can't love 60. Know how you can fix it. I knew a man in New York State who literally drove his daughter, a thin, pale, waxen child of 16, into a hated marriage of 65 or thereabouts. 2 years afterwards, a child was buried in the West, and 4 weeks afterwards the father bore his daughter's body to bury it and his happiness together in one grave on the hillside. Were a man of that age to use means to thus get a daughter of mine, say 25 years ago, when I was young, I think there'd have been a third-class funeral in that town, for I regard it as a crime even worse than some sorts of murder. And here are my reasons why. It is safe to say, where occasionally the young girl marries an old man and good results follow, that such cases are extraordinary, and altogether exceptional to an almost universal rule, because the old man's motive is to prolong his miserable existence at the expense of a fresh young life, and of course his love is but a selfish, mean, self-preservative instinct, while the girl's love is one of advantage, either money-wise or from gratitude, and therefore not real love at all, because in the very nature of things she can but feel an utter disgust, an awful and appalling horror and loathing at the bare thought, much less the sickening ordeal of fact. Happiness is out of the question, and the cases exceedingly rare, where they produce anything but misery. Nearly everyone will at once see many of the reasons why, but there are some others not quite so self-apparent, and here they are. In marriage and its offices, there must be a reciprocal play of electric and magnetic forces, for unless mutual, there's disaster just ahead, and sunken rocks all around, upon which that ship of wedlock is sure, sooner or later, to run aground, and in the wreck that follows, someone is sure to be lost, and that someone is a young wife, tired of an old, besotted, worn-out man. The great disparity of years, magnetism, vitality, and life force between such an ill-starred couple renders it utterly impossible for the young thing to have one single taste or desire in common with the old dotard she calls husband. She cannot absorb, reciprocate, or assimilate him, or aught pertaining to him magnetically or in any other way, and she even loathes the food he dotes on, and the liquids he consumes to keep his unnatural fever up. The magnetic auras issuant from them are unlike, and to her repellent after a time, if not at once. He consumes, absorbs, and assimilates the totality of her vital life, and at length she dies for sheer want of that whereof he robs her. But a still stronger protest is here. It is found in the well-known fact that the old and coarse magnetism of the man poisons both the body and soul of the young girl, seals up the fountains of her youth and responsive power, shuts the door of emanative joy in her face, robs her of her rights as wife, suggests evil thoughts to her mind, and paves the way for her to yield heart and all else to whoever near her own age tries to win her, by giving her a kind of love she needs, and which is proper for one of her tender years. Where the disparity is even 20 years, it is infinitely far too great. 10 years difference is a deal too much, and 5 the limit, save in the case of bloodless girls and very magnetic men, in which union the female thrives on the fresh vitality of the man. But even in such cases, she must be blonde, and he the opposite, always, for if the reverse happens, she's a doomed woman, and he a physical imbecile. In 5 years' time, at the utmost, in the case of ordinary December and May marriages, he robs her of life. She gestates horror instead of affection. For in natural marriage, souls blend and interfuse more or less perfectly after a time, and those who have lived unhappy lives often find out how well they loved at heart after death comes tapping at the gate, if not before. Then it is, who'd have thought it, but too late. Such antipodes cannot blend, because the girl is peach-downy, supple, gay, lithe, and lightsome, but the man lithy, that is limy, calcareous, and they cannot, will not mingle in any more intimate relations than that of father and daughter. Some people have young souls in old bodies, in which case things are not so bad. But where such soul youth does not exist, and the parties live in passable harmony, still there's great harm done. In fact, constructive wifecide, and this is the reason why. A wife is apt to become a mother quicker by an old husband than a young one, because the old man's blood is cooler, his passion slower in culmination, and she is likely to conceive from sheer weariness and physical and mental inability to guard herself. Besides which, she never dreams of danger, or of the female finesses she would put in play against a younger husband. If ever it is right to prevent conception, I believe it is in exceptional cases like this before us. For his old blood, through his child, courses through her young veins, making her old prematurely, loading her down with the accumulated mental, physical, and moral, magnetic, and other diseases of all his long run of years. Besides which, his child is born old, never knows what babyhood is, or childhood means. It looks, feels, is an oddity, knows no infantile days or pleasures, and is thus, by its own father, robbed and cheated out of its best and most halcyon days. But that's not the worst of it yet, for the offspring of January is sure to be nearly as calcareous as its father. Its bones are harder, firmer, more solid than is right. Its cranium is broader, flatter, thicker, and dense as those of a grown man. And if the young mother escapes forceps delivery, or a still worse operation, she may consider herself a fortunate woman. May God pity all such, and alas, thousands of such there are. How often we hear the expression, "She tapped the fountains of his love." Well, the thing is possible, yet is seldom realized, for that can only be done when both are maritally conjoined while influenced by a passion born of perfect, deep, soul-founded love. And then, then, the cup of human bliss is indeed full. Why? Because a portion of each soul becomes incorporate in the other, and the mystical blending, They twain shall be one is complete. But souls can be tapped without reciprocity, for the young wife's soul is drained from her, either directly as a sponge by her old husband, or indirectly through the uterine and vaginal diseases sure to be her lot sooner or later. For the fluids of the twain will not, cannot blend, except in so far forth as to inoculate the poor young thing with the malignant poison, by which I do not here mean syphilis, but I do mean that worse poison resultant from chemical incompatibility, mental and affectional disgust and repulsion, which leave ulcers and corrosions in their train, with death in the foreground. Gentlemen, MDs, here's the origin of evil. For even if the husband is not old, but only a hellion to her, she's your patient straight away, and you have a fine chance for the sale of lotions, washes, pessaries, supporters, and all the other vast paraphernalia born of non-love in the old house at hame. Birth months. Children conceived in May, June, July, August, and September, and who, therefore, are born in February, March, April, May, and June, are, unquestionably, better constituted and will live longer, have more character and power than when the double events occur in other months, because nature and weather are more propitious at the start. Conceptions occurring in the morning hours are a myriad degrees better than when that event occurs at other periods. A person's shadow on the wall in a room by lamplight will reveal more of that party's real character than all the phrenological extent, and in its minute phases, too. Just as a peculiar smile, observation, movement, or tone of voice will sometimes tell in a second more of a person's real self than an acquaintance of 50 intimate years would otherwise. Gender in the human being is a very difficult thing, from gender in the animate kingdoms below the grade of man. In the beasts it means propagation, mainly for food purposes, but in man it stands for and implies a great deal more, as will be seen hereinafter. At this point, I wish to pick a flaw or two in the reasonings of the popular physiologists and phrenologists of the day, everyone of whom urge their moral pleas mainly upon the ground that the marital function, nuptial right of the human being is precisely on a par with the creative act of beasts. That is, that God intended it in man as in animals, to be solely and only a propagative function, that and nothing more. It is for generative ends only, and the nervous state precedent to, and succeeding it, is but the natural spur to the God-foreseen result. Therefore, say they, the sacred nuptium is permissible only when both parents desire to add one more unit to the great world's population. Now these philosophers either are conscious hypocrites, teaching what they don't believe, else they think us fools, and we know they are. I have seen a book of nearly 1,000 mortal pages, and that doctrine was the whole gist and burden of its labored and lame argument. Lame, for its author shows in 100 places that he don't believe his own logic. He continually confutes himself, and the completest refutation of the absurdity is to be found in the words, "It is not true." Why? Because man is not a beast, and is not governed by identical laws, but comes under, and is played upon, and moved by, higher ones altogether than such as rule in the kingdom of beasts, birds, reptiles, fish, and insects. In those realms, sex is an instinct, a periodical function, an appetite. In man, it is a fact of soul, a principle, and a mystical and divine power, altogether superior to the passing furor of beasts that perish and are known no more. And it means more in his case than it does in all other departments of the sentient world, singly or combined. I here throw down the gauntlet and state boldly and squarely, right in the teeth of all the so-called scientists on earth or under heaven, that the sexive principle Habitude and instinct in the human is not in very many respects identical with that of the non-human inhabitants of the globe we live on. On the contrary, in us it means, implies, and leads to immeasurably more and deeper things than the average thinker ever dreams of or imagines. In the organic kingdoms outside of the human, the instinct is blindly obeyed, and self-seeking there, as everywhere else, and not propagation at all, is the all-powerful impelling motive, if motive there be. Bears and horses, cats and fishes, dogs and flies, and every other living thing bearing gender, invariably trouble themselves not at all concerning increase of family, or prolongation of the species, until such increase appears, by which time nature has brought a new instinct and passion into play. Parallels between man and beasts are not correct or just, for in beasts sexive and parental instincts are separate affairs. In man they coexist. In beasts the offspring and parents become disunited at maturity. In the human, the practical relationship lasts not only to the gates of the grave, but leaps the barriers of death, and flourishes in the far-off heaven, and will till the universe grows old, and time himself topples with hoary age. We are gravely told that animals obey the impulse once a year, or season, as the case may be, that man ought to go and do likewise, but he won't, nor will these self-same philosophers. I'm sure of that, especially in their own especial and particular cases, because man is a myriad grades and degrees higher and finer in organization than the animals, and his nature calls for more than theirs possibly can or does. They obey the instinct. It is the spur to propagation, but the beast, just like man, up to a given point, risks all for the spur, and cares nothing for subsequent consequences, but leaves them for nature to attend to. And she does it like the kind, dear old mother that she is. In the average human, the spur is all that's cared for at the time, albeit consequences are foreseen, and due provisions made. For we marry and mate. Beasts only mate, and marriage is unknown to them. Not one human couple in 50 millions propagate on purpose, for as a rule it is impossible. Not so with beasts, for 1 hour seals the origin of the progenal result, and men mark the periods, and know to a day when to look for the new animal. But we can only guess the time when our eyes shall gladden at the sight of the new soul God sends to cheer and bless us. We are all accidents, and not a few of us unhappy ones. I, for instance. To apply rules to man applicable to animals alone is an insult to the human race. Stirpiculture, or the rearing of better children, will never succeed upon agriculture, stock farm, or barnyard principles. True, nature requires a rich soil to produce high grades of fruit, whether human or other sorts. But in the former, she requires the richest of fertilizers, and its name is love. Give her that, and she'll make your eyes glisten at the beauty of the work she does. Deprive her of it, and crab apples are the result. And a human crab is the gnarliest and most bitter fruit in all God's garden. In the lower kingdoms, nature does her best to produce a superior grade of body. In the human world, she works wholly to produce a loftier order of soul in its triplicate divisions, intellect, imagination, emotion, and is never satisfied until success fairly crowns her efforts. A handsomer race, physically, I never saw than the modern Greek, nor such a perfect race of scamps. For your Romaic rascal can discount all others on the earth. If we accept these of New York and Boston, who are lords paramount in all sorts of villainy, from the picking of a pocket to stealing a railway. I guess I'll make an experiment, only just one, says many a man, and he makes it, the upshot being that from the instant he does so, home ceases to be such to him, and any woman's present and activities is preferable to those of his wife. But why? simply because his imagination has rendered the other woman's charms 5,000 times more important than they actually are, and yet they are sufficient to enable him to draw disparaging estimates between solid wife and fleeting mistress. New fire, strange blood, has inspired him with fresh passion, and he don't care for the old wife in presence of the new harlot, and so he abuses one, and lavishes all he has on the other. But you just wait a bit. We'll see how it works in the end, and so will he, and happily too, if it be not too late. 3 weeks' experience with a mistress will cure almost any man of that sort of weakness. If he have not, by that time, buried his wife's love in a grave 10,000 resurrectionalist fathoms deep, he did not know that strange, new, exciting magnetism meant death to his home love, desolation to his hearthstone, isolation to his heart, and ruin to his happiness. Yet it did, and does, and eternally will, because it is scortatory, malign, fiery, and while it effectually displaces and kills home love, it fails to satisfy, and its end is bitter ashes. In a weak moment, many a man, fired with sudden and electric fire, has fallen into passion's dreadful snare, and for a moment of delirious joy has bartered off a whole life of happiness. For when once one indulges in stolen fruit, which may be sweet, but is never so good as that which grows on one's own trees, the habit becomes fixed, and just once lands him or her neck deep in perdition. His talk or hers ought to be not just once, but "It's all very fine, sir or madam, but it won't pay," and "I'll see you in, well, you can guess where, first." That's human talk. 9. As already said herein, marriage, by which term hereinafter, whenever and wherever printed in italic letters, I mean the nuptial union of the sexes, and it is only really nuptial when love is the prompter. Otherwise, it is a desecration and worse than beastly profanation, is productive of an entire series of effects and results aside from the perpetuatory or propagative one wherein man and animals are alike and therein only, for in them sex distinctions are, of course, merely bodily, while in the human it involves and embraces the entire vast domain of both body, soul, and the interwoven spirit. In the non-human races, the marriage office ceases when the germ is lodged, but in the human being its offices only begin at that point, for its results continue, whether the rite be propagative or no, not only through an arc or chord of fleeting time, but they, the results, stretch away into and through the infinite and eternal spaces, and probably cease not, but endure forever and forever. If there is one thing more certain after death than another, it is that every immortal man and woman of us is bound and doomed to have all love and lust escapades universally known. We are destined to meet all with whom we have been carnally intimate in any degree, from that of pure and gentle love to the horror and violence of inhuman rape. Every carnal association affects us, leaves its mark on us and the other. And some there be who will be astonished that their whole career was turned on earth in consequence of such or such an act, fact, and that defeat followed them in afterlife by reason of the invisible presence of some wronged victims, married or not. Nor is this all, for every escapade mingles magnetisms more or less, and a man in New York in 1875 may feel the life going out of him day by day, himself not even suspecting that a dozen or more women in as many different parts of the earth, or even from the spaces, are at that instant thinking of him, yearning for him, voluntary or not, and are drawing out his soul just as easily and surely as he drew their life through honeyed lips 10, 20, or 30 years before. Wherefore libertinism and Cyprianism are attended with strange penalties. In the truly human being, the non-savage and non-barbaric specimens of the races, marriage never degrades the parties, either in their own or each other's eyes, but it purifies the heart and soul, uplifts them to the Father, is really pulchritudinum, divitis, conjunctum, as it ever should be, that is, beauty and divinity joined as one. It therefore becomes in this mystic light instantly the holiest and most effective of all possible prayers, hence the most potent and tremendous energy and agency in the entire material and hyperphysical universe. Let me tell you, reader, how and why this is so. But before I do it, just look at Jugurtha, Attila, Nero, and the Bonapartes, with scores of other scourges of God in the human world, called into being in an instant of time to lash the earth to agony, a prayer of evil guild, silently but effectively uttered at the instant of their descent into the matrices that thereafter gave them to the world. Is not this sufficient to prove the truth of what I call a most effective prayer? Turn the page and behold a Christ, St. John, Buddha, Confucius, and see the results of peaceful prayer uttered silently too, exactly as in the other case, or cases, but there are other proofs. 10. That the creative function is the highest force in us, as it is in and of the deity, admits of no denial, for it ought to be, if it is not, a perfectly self-evident proposition, axiomatic in its nature, and therefore requiring no attempt toward its demonstration, for it is palpably clear that the two principles are interwoven and reciprocally acting and reacting upon each other everywhere and in all things in the universe whereof we know. These principles are male and female, and both alike are manifestations or modes of the superlative and ineffable master potency, power, energy, or overlapping, subtending, underlying, crowning essence of the universal realm. Call it by whatever name you will, and it, the bisexual energy, displayed all around, demonstrates itself to be the imperial force of all that is. To it all things are subsidiary. To it all things bow, bend, acknowledge the peremptory sway of, and without which the all that is would become a blank and starless void, as terrible as eternal night itself, more cheerless than the grave, a radical nihility, so utterly benumbed and benumbing that destruction itself were tame in comparison. God is supposed to be a dual being, so is man. But deity is dual in a double sense. That is to say, God is positively male and positively female, while also, as in man, all the masculine or electric attributes of God are pervaded by the magnetic feminine principle. We all know that the better side of man is the she or mother side, and that from it spring all the major elements of both his greatness and his goodness. And we admire an intellectual giant, while we adore a loving man, because from his love, not his intellect, arises all of his goodness, inspiration, aspiration, generosity of soul, which characterizes him. We are pleased with the Platos, but we worship the Christs. It is the softer side of soul that generates moral or any other real grandeur, and makes great deeds possible to man. For it is that alone which has power to transmute man the savage into man the incarnate demigod. All sentient and non-sentient being is more or less pervaded, according to capacity, with what I may call the male and female aura or effluence of the great supreme, the unknown and unknowable deity. And all these incarnations of the original life, save only the human, are distinctively and radically either wholly male or female. True, there are among the lower types and forms of organic life a few seeming exceptions, as the so-called hermaphrodites. But in reality, such are apparent only, for examination in the light of modern science proves all such organisms to be a union of the two principles in a single body, and not a fusion, by any means, and that the male side fecundates the other. But a human, canine, equine, bovine, or any other bisexed being is an utterly impossible thing, all those affirming to the contrary notwithstanding. There are and have been malformations claimed to be proofs of dual gender, but they were really one or the other. Below man, while the sexes are distinct in him as a principle, not a physical fact, they for the first time fuse and blend, at least on this, and probably upon every other soul-bearing world in the eternal vaults of space. It is this blending of sex in soul that makes us what we are. For were we not half mother, our Father's influence upon us would drive the world to chaos in a year, and all that is really excellent in us is the capacity to love and grow, and nothing is capable of love but man. There is a curious proof of the soundness of the foregoing statement, yet it seems to have escaped the notice of the scientists. I allude to the notorious fact that some womb-bearers, wives, and mothers too, are females only physically, while spiritually, mentally, morally, psychically, and in every other way but one, they were and are wholly hard, cold, masculine beings, living contradictions of the statements their forms and functions declare to the world. On the other hand, many who wear the phallic sign of gender are no more men in soul than is the little romping lass of 5 brief summers a full-grown, full-blown woman. Such people are human monstrosities and were born wrong. If you ask me why and how, listen, and the story shall be fully, fairly, yet briefly told. 11. If a human monad or zoosperm from the left side of the father encounters a ripe ovum from the left side of the mother, that fact determines the gender. It will be male. See a section on this very point in the sequel. Reverse the case and reverse results will follow, invariably, though how to do it on purpose is a somewhat difficult problem to solve, yet it can be done, and is far more easily accomplished than at first sight may appear. Now accidents and inversions, aversions, and perversions occur in all departments of nature, but none so glaring and positive as are encountered among human beings, and the missexing of them is one of the most common forms of malconstruction. For it frequently happens that a female zoosperm, which is the living monad or soul germ, supplied by the male parent and clothed in flesh by the mother, is unable to reach a corresponding female ovum, and is compelled to be expurgated, or enter one from the wrong ovarium, in which case the body of the child will be of one gender, its soul and spirit of the opposite one. In a normally peopled world, such monstrosities, which now abound all about us, could not possibly be coaxed, drawn, or forced into existence as a human incarnation, and it is utterly impossible for such to appear at all upon the world's stage if parents wholly or even partially love each other. And when such miscreations are seen, it is proof stronger than Holy Writ that love did not rule in the hour of their generation. Now I have affirmed as a truth that true human sex is primarily of soul, and secondarily of body. Hence it follows that the post-mortem state of such mixed beings is not a permanent duration of their condition here, for gradually the true sex of the individual asserts its native force and power. The physical, or rather hyperphysical being is gradually toned down or up to his or her true condition. The malformation begins to lessen by slow degrees, its signs to disappear, and then they assume either the perfected states of man or that of woman. Their angularities are worn away, and the beings who on earth belied the story of their true gender become as other normal beings are. The memory of what they once were fades away, and they take rank among the truly human. 12. The philosophers of my day were generally blind to, or oblivious of, the fact that the greatest degree of human excellence in offspring can never be attained, even though the parents are physically perfect, but that a wife every way inferior except in love, Loving and being loved will give the world such children as will prove themselves indeed truly great and grandly good. The strongest force, mental power, and creative energy in the domains of science, art, philosophy, and literature everywhere is invariably manifested by those who have the most loved and loving mother in them. People whose feminine or magnetic side entirely balances or slightly overweighs the electric or masculine moiety of their being. He is everywhere most welcomely greeted, caressed, and influential, who is most magnetic or female, not in the effeminate sense, but in the glowing, radiant heartfulness of his nature, is one who has not the most intellect, but most gentleness, love, affection combined with it. Take the real or ideal Nazarene, for example, who perished for loving mankind in his 49th year, C. Bunsen, or going back of his alleged times, leap the chasmal years to the Bow Tree Man, and scores of others equally good, if not so famous. And whenever you find a great soul in a male body, depend upon it he is more than half mother. For it is the woman's side of such people that gives them power, genius, mental pith, and enables them to write their names in adamantine letters upon the grand facade of the universal human temple. It is equally true that those are the most glorious and glorified of the other gender, who were, or are, not the most electric, masculine, and intellectual, but the most tender, pure, loving, and feminine in all respects. 13. But you say, we women are not perfect yet. We want perfect offspring. Some of us have not just such husbands as we wish. We are too pure, too sully our souls. No matter how great the temptation may be, we prefer to abide in marriage as we have found it. Some children, the results of such marriage, are not what we would have them. Therefore, pray tell us how to improve upon them hereafter. The answer is simple, the method easy. Never run the risk of conception except you be mentally and physically prepared, not for it, but to utterly banish everything but the pure desire of your soul to give him all the love then, at the marriage, that you can and wish, will, pray, desire, decree, that the result, if such there be, may be modeled after your soul's loftiest ideal. Keep up this all the time of gestation if possible, and the operation of the law just revealed will convince you and the world that nothing equal to it ever fell from human lips or pen. Asterisk, denoting footnote. Footnote. Complaints on both sides, deep, if not loud, are made about want of passional fervor and affectional ardor, and unjustly often in both cases, for each takes especial pains and particular care not to strive in any way to bring about a different nerval condition. I once asked an Arab physician in Egypt if such things existed among the dark races, in the harems, or amidst the nomads. Yes, he said, but seldom. And when it does, the entire character of the food is changed. Abstinence vamor is persisted in, and when both these fail, the weak one is by the other mesmerized with a long-fringed feather, tenderly, lightly, slowly drawn down the spine, breasts, and across all parts of the well-washed cuticle, so lightly as scarce to touch. There is a peculiar and powerful conducting property in such a feather, and never yet in 2,000 years has it been known to fail. In your cold land, America, the aphrodisiacal treatment should be accompanied with the internal cordials I told you of, and Allah, precious Allah, will speedily bless the unfruitful pair. For a soul begotten without fervor had better never come to earth, for it will be wretched and a curse to itself until its flight toward the Gilim. There is more on these points, but they cannot be given herein. End footnote. Please recall the incident of myself and the little fairy. Well, that is worth worlds to you, for suppose that, instead of wishing, willing, desiring, decreeing perfect offspring, You exert it to redeem your husband, to kindle up his love for you, for home, for his own fireside. But perhaps you care little or not for all that. Still you want health, beauty, strength, and long life, all of which are achievable by the same magic means. Else in such moments, during power absence, all these are lost, and another nail driven home into your coffin. Obey this grand law, follow out this splendid rule, and ere long you will find that your power will perceptibly augment, most assuredly be felt, and before you are well aware of it, will work such a redemptive change as shall bathe your house in pearly glory. This principle will win him from all others, and kindle love where all was cheerless, wintry blasts before. I know it, have seen it tried, and am confident that she who persistently tries cannot by any possibility fail. Of course the same power can be used by husbands. It is simply substituting active soul will, love, for indifference, passive body, and sufferance. But as sure as death, here is the starting point of a divine life. 14. But how about promiscuity, or variety in the love relations of life? Reply: there may be those who can find happiness therein. I never could, and do not want to make the experiment. My reasons will be seen further on in this work, but before we come to that, I wish at this point once for all to say that I believe in free speech and widespread agitation of all questions, social and sexual included. But while I champion the right, I by no means espouse the cause of those champions, for I must abide by the laws of my own individuality, and it is my firm belief that love variety in any shape is injurious to soul and body, and that the highest point of human power can only be reached by those who are amatively true to each other, for purity alone is the price of power, the secret of soul might, and it is the coin accepted at God's exchange for such glories as He keeps especially for true and earnest souls. I write these lines here because at this moment a paper lies, in two senses, before me, which distinctly says that I am an advocate of certain opinions which my entire life has been spent in confuting. As witness, every book I have ever written, every speech I have ever spoken. Having put this on record, I now drop all that matter, both the falsehoods and the falsifiers, forever and forevermore, as being beneath either notice or contempt. The demand for novelty, variety, or change in love matters is not a part of my being, and only foiled zealots, feminine, and worse things in male shape ever started such malignant slanders against me. Human perverts of both genders, who, failing to induce me to pervert certain knowledge and powers to their base ends and systems, sought to injure me by the meanest and most contemptible of all possible scandal, but I laughed at the Cyprians, and snapped my fingers at the rogues in grain. I am only capable of one love at one time, but that time to me fastens its further end to the eternities just ahead of us all. Temporary attractions departed with my dead years, thank heaven, and their fruitage was ever bitter, bitter. 15. So true is the statement concerning the vastly greater and superior relative value of the feminine principle, that even in the most present lubricious age, when woman is almost everywhere wrongly rated, badly educated, and worse placed than she should be, there is still, deep down in the hearts of most, even the coarsest men, a measure of gallant respect which occasionally gleams forth in noble deeds and brave championage of the sex, in such guise as to give great hope for fuller and better things by and by. The chivalry of all ages has not only proved filial to her and acknowledged its dependence upon her smile and frown, boldly fighting for her right or wrong, then, in the foretime, just as now, but has taken especial pains to celebrate individual woman and the universal sex, and this worship of the second kind, if not the primal element of nature, has been carried further, and been more general than the modern reader might imagine. For instance, who among those who peruse this essay would believe, save on most indubitable evidence, that the very flower of one, nay, two of the leading nations of the world this day do homage to the emblem of womanhood? Yet, nevertheless, such is the fact. For the noblest regalia, the highest honor won and worn by Britain's proudest men, is to be acknowledged to be worthy of wearing the royal insignia of the garter, while the fleur-de-lis of France, meaning something precisely similar, has been the boast of her noblest for centuries. Now, what does that same garter mean? Is there anyone so uniformed as to imagine for a moment that it signifies the mere string worn about the leg to keep nice stockings from dragging about fair heels? If so, here let that absurd notion be rectified, for the emblem signifies no such puerile nonsense at all. The motto of the order, princely and imperial, is in these days written, Honi soit cum mal e pensi, translated to mean, to the uninitiated outside world, evil to him who evil thinks, which, in a certain sense, is true and correct, for it does mean that, but not at all in the manner that people generally think it does. It has no reference to general evil whatever, but it expressly means evil of a certain and peculiar kind, for it so happens that the real first word is not honi, but yoni, and that means nothing more nor less than the feminine organs of generation, coupled with their periodic functions. Now, while in all ages of the world's known history a grand majority of all mankind, including all modern Christians, worship brute force and luxuriate in varied forms of phallic and priapic worship, and the phallus is the male organ of generation, and Priapus was its god, while they, I repeat, adored and adore creative energy as symbolized by the emblem alluded to, of which all steeples, towers, beacons, lighthouses, monuments, cenotaphs, and May and Liberty poles and flagstaffs are but symbols. While that form of worship of the male god has been and still is almost universal, except in its coarser, grosser forms, in our days, there have not been wanting other human hosts who did, and still do, pay homage at the shrine of the feminine deity, whose symbol is the rose, discus, arc, oval, and dome, and in some barbaric lands the organ itself, openly, as in all lands sub rosa or secretly, but in civilized America in its most low and disgusting form, for thousands seem to adore no god but lust, and practically worship at no other shrine. Witness the universal prevalence of concubinage and harlotry, gotten to be even a licensed thing, and everywhere a winked-at adjunct of civilization, to the debasement of man and blasphemy of God and womanhood, as of yore in Greco-Roman days, but this still entailing dreadful penalties instead of rewards upon its multitudinous devotees, for not even the triplicate king evils, opium, alcohol, and tobacco, inflict such awful punishments upon their votaries as Cypriana, the salacious diva of harlotdom. To return to the point at issue, in some form or other, most of us worship the disc symbol, and 4/5 of the intelligent world is today agitated, not merely concerning the symbol and its nature, but about the tremendous mysteries it shadows, and the vast volume of meanings that underlie and are embosomed within it. I trust, before this task of mine is finished, to demonstrate it to be in very truth what it claims, a new revelation of sex, and to make one successful effort to remove the subject far above the muck, slime, and filth hitherto attendant upon it. For if there is a divine thing on earth, it ought to be love, its laws, rules, phases, and moods, knowledge of which is a redeeming power. I alluded to the universality of sex emblems, and will close this section by calling attention to our national banner, For the American flag floating from a staff is one of the finest illustrations of the double glory in the world, because the staff symbolizes the phallus, its cord represents the chain of love binding the sexes together, the folds of bunting are emblems of woman's floating drapery, the blue means his, her, their, mutual truth and fidelity, the white, her purity, the red symbolizes her periodicity and ability to defy death by repeopling the world. I shall allude to other colors in another section. 16. A true Negro never reaches a stage of mental development enabling him to master metaphysics, nor at maturity does he ever surpass in capacity the adolescent average Anglo-Saxon. But in the power of maintaining love at high tide, he can discount all the white races of the globe. I make this observation at this point for two reasons. First, to draw a parallel. Second, to tell the reader that in my medical practice in nervo-vital diseases, I often prescribe Negro meetings and 50 cents in the plate, for being thereby benefited. They did so, these pale, haggard wives and chlorotic girls, and sat there to hear the ardent worshippers preach, sing, pray, shout, get glorious, and fill the room with a rich and healthy magnetism, every inhalation of which, to the sick ones, is worth a month's life, and a ton of doctor's stuff thrown in. Now for the other point. No sooner does an American boy get on his first pair of pants than he has prurient notions right straight along, and takes good care to demonstrate them with chalk upon the walls and fences everywhere. Now this is not so dreadful after all, for such antics characterize all young animals, provided his elders would take him in hand and teach him the true meaning of the origin of the strange ideas which from morbid nature, inculcation, precept, and example of his associates he has imbibed, but does not comprehend. I have said that this nation was the most passional one on earth, but then you know that nations and individuals are exactly alike, moved by the same forces, governed by the same principles, prompted by the same motives, and remember, too, that this nation is but a boy yet, not out of its teens. Hence, its universal pudicity is not to be wondered at, nor that its principal, most sincere, and best paid for worship is, and for some time to come yet will be, at the passional shrine, in or out of wedlock. The same thing prevails all over the globe, and likely for the same reason, i.e., because as yet it is but a baby world. At all events, its worship is of the character already set forth, and its best men have been the most earnest devotees, for somehow or other, there is not and never has been a really great man in it, but who has been more or less chargeable with practices not accordant with the strictest rules of nunship or monkhood, which is oftener, in results, monkeyhood instead. 17. Hargrave Jennings, of England, the eminent Rosicrucian, writing upon the subject of the garter, and before quoting Ashmole in regard to the same matter, observes, "All the world knows the chivalric origin of the most noble order of the garter. It arose in a princely act, rightly considered princely, when the real, delicate, inexpressible, high-bred motive and its circumstances are understood, which motive is systematically and properly concealed. Our great King Edward III, picked from the floor, with the famous words of the motto of the Order of the Garter, or, as we interpret it, by adding a new construction with hidden meanings, the garter, PBR, or especially cestus, shall we call it? Of the beautiful and celebrated Countess of Salisbury, with whom it is supposed King Edward was in love. In other words, she dropped a cloth which men ought never to behold, and Edward acted the part of a true gentleman, in preserving her from ridicule and shame, by turning an accident fools would giggle at into one commanding profound reverence and chivalric respect from all who pride themselves on being men. Old Elias Ashmole, the very highest British authority on the points here involved, writing about them, says, "The Order of the Garter, by its motto, seems to challenge inquiry and defy reproach. Everybody must know the story that refers the origin of the name to a piece of gallantry. Either the Queen or the Countess of Salisbury having been supposed to have dropped one of those very useful pieces of female attire at a dance. Here follows some Latin, the gist of which I have already given in the conclusion of the last section, PBR. The ensign of the order, in jewelry or enamel, was worn originally on the left arm, being in the form of a bracelet to the arm. It might possibly divert the attention of the men from the reputed original. It might be dropped and resumed without confusion. And the only objection I can see to the use of such an ornament is the hazard of mistake from the double meaning of the term Paracelsus, which signifies not only a garter, but breeches, which our English ladies never wear. That settles the point. The garter was a girder, which the lady dropped, and the true gentleman picked it up, pinned it to his breast, and challenged the world's respect for himself and woman forever and forevermore. Glorious Edward. 18. Isn't it curious that the generality of even educated people fail to see that the idea of sex as a principle and in all its implications runs through everything, even language? In French, there's no it, as with us, but everything is il or elle, her or she. We all know that human speech is the result of the gradual development of the race through ages of time, its different forms being determined by the differences of latitude, soil, climate, physical, and other concomitant surroundings. Letters are but external symbols of human thought, and in them all two basic ideas predominate, i.e., the male and female. The letter D and its equivalents, the Egyptian hieroglyph and hieratic figure, and the Phoenician one likewise, is but the feminine symbol, more or less perfectly drawn, according to the ability of the scribes or sculptors who made them. Thus also, and nearer nature, are their equivalents of the Roman R, while their N, L, and Sh are unquestionably suggested by the phallus or lingam, the opposite idea. And so it is all through the entire list of the alphabets, ancient and modern, some letters representing one emblem, others its opposite, and still others the union of the two. Instance the archaic alphabet, Greek, Phoenician, Italic, as they existed from 1,000 to 600 years before Christ's date. For the Aleph, Bet, Gimel, Dalet, He, Var, Zain, Chet, Kaf, Tet, Lamed, Samek, Ain, and Tav, and their English, Phoenician, Greek, and Italic equivalents, as unmistakably emblematize the above three ideas, as that rain tells of growth in a field, forest, and fen. What is the soft, sweet, flowing circle or ring but the symbol of faith, eternity, eternal love, magnetism, the yoni, the female emblem, the letter O? What is the letter I, or the figure 1, but the symbol of generative power, the lingam, or male? All letters are but interchanges, interminglings of the two original forms, the I, or male, and the O, or female ideas. For instance, B is 2/3 female, 1/3 male. C is mainly female. D is both sexes. Q suggests union. And in fact, all letters convey the same meaning in clear or less clear form. 19. The lingam, linga, or lingam, male organ worship, is but the reverse of the discal or oval worship. The dome everywhere is but the female idea. The minaret represents the male. And as said before, actually, the colors of all our flags, red, white, and blue, green and yellow, are representative of the same, or garter idea. The first two meaning the spiritual purity and sacrificial blood of woman, the blue already explained, the green representing the result of the union of male and female, production, fertility, growth, and the yellow typifying ripeness, or the first completion of the destiny ordained to both. 20. Torches, flambeaux, and fireworks everywhere symbolize sexual, therefore creative passion, and what this last means will be seen hereinafter, for it is not limited to the generation of progeny. They typify vaguely to some, clearer to others, the strange inner mystic fire which, unlike all other forms of flame, has its origin in God, and its flow from within us, not from without, for passion rises in the mind when normal, in the soul, not the body, save when our natures are inverted, and even then its fountain is in the unholy soul, before it leaps to the still more unholy body. Desire is always first metaphysical, before it is material and humankind. But when the conscious and moral poles are reversed, the spark that explodes the mental flame may be, and often is, sent from the body first to the soul. Thus, certain foods or drinks generate an excess of caloric in the nervous ganglia of the reproductive system. A spark, spontaneous combustion, leaps thence to the brain. The soul catches fire, and hurls its masses of lurid flame through the cerebrum, cerebellum, spinal cord, ovaria, prostate gland, testes, or vagina, and draw the curtain o'er the dreadful scene. 21. Just as sex runs through all nature, so does it obtain of nations, tribes, peoples, and ages. Some are entirely female or male in their genius, art, literature, and general specialties. And so plainly does this truth manifest itself that I do not care to occupy time in proving it. But this will I say: the most masculine nations tend greatest to feminine worship, and per contra, the ideal of the feminine peoples is the masculine worship. Finally, the most masculine man adores at the female shrine, and his god is far more she than he, while the most feminine woman worships the most masculine man. Thus here, there, and everywhere the two universal principles seek each other, blend, fuse, intermingle, and unwittingly obey the mighty dual law. 22. Love between human beings of opposite sexes is of two general kinds. First, that in which passion is not an integrant, such as the love between parent and child, that which is wholly emissive or purely friendly, that which is platonic or purely spiritual, ethereal, based upon affinities of taste, similitudes of soul, that which is founded upon gratitude, and lastly, that which is wholly and absolutely mystical. The don't know why, but it is so kind of feeling, and which, while it may be to a limited extent gratified on earth, yet its full fruition can only be achieved, felt, and realized after both shall have become citizens of the country of disembodied souls. Now it often happens that people in whom this sort of love exists mistake its nature and significance. Imagine that they were born for each other, and so they are, but not for the life below. They marry, and, to their first surprise and subsequent horror, discover that for all the purposes of matrimony one is oil, the other water, without a particle of mental lime to combine and fuse the two together, and thereby form a true calcimate of soul. I think the pity of this earthly life is love, so sighs a singer of the day, whose pensive strain my sympathetic lay sadly prolongs. Alas, the endless strife of love's sweet law with cold convention's rules, the loving souls unloved, the perfect mate, after long years of yearning, found too late. The treason of false friends, the frown of fools, the fear that baffles bliss in beauty's arms, the weariness of absence, and the dread of lover or of love untimely dead. Musing on these and all the direful harms that hapless human hearts are doomed to prove, I think the pity of this life is love. So do I. But even a greater pity exists where, fired by the most ardent hopes, one or both find out that not a real tie of souls binds the twain together. Then comes the unveiling, and my God, what an awful, horrible spectre stands frowning where each expected to behold and hold, she an Adonis, he a perfect Hebe. When the mistake is made, such parties marvel and wonder how on earth it can be so, and why the actual marriage produces effects so utterly foreign to their expectations and hopes. In the union of two such, there is a compatibility of spirits to a great extent, but none whatever on the amative plane, the sex of form, for the actual fact of marriage produces utter dissatisfaction to him, horror, pain, mental anguish, disease, and lingering death to her. This generates discord and despair, general unhappiness, and is almost sure to drive the man to the house of the strange woman, and his wife either to insanity, the grave, or the arms of a lover who can affiliate with her to some extent, at least upon the external or mainly sensuous plane. And the upshot of the matter is divorce and two wretched lives. Now, in my travels up and down the lanes of Marriageland, I have seen scores of just such cases, and there are other scores, millions, that I have not seen, and of whose terrible secret no one but themselves are aware. And sometimes they do not know what ails them, and attribute their distresses to 1,000 causes, not one of which is the real and true one. When, further on in this new revelation, I shall analyze the matter, hundreds who read it will see the real point, and, probably, make no effort to better their sad condition. From such unions as these spring a class of children so utterly angular and deficient that the marvel is they ever find peace at all on earth, or enjoy a happy hour. 23. The second general kind of love between the sexes may be numbered 1 and 2, the first of which is the exact opposite, in nearly all respects, of that just described in section 22nd. It is just as earnest, honest, and deceptive as the other, but is far more endurable, because there is a better cohesion between them than in the other case. Their lives are evener, their marriage satisfactory, their offspring more adapted to life on earth and in society. Their own physical health and that of their children is better, and their union will last longer and produce generally better results, albeit said union is quite as far from being right and proper as anything can well be. In the first case, to use a meaning metaphor, the first couple only met each other upstairs, in the garret. They only fused in the brain. They could not affiliate downstairs, in the passional rooms of the house of marriage. Although they were compelled to descend once in a while, it was something to be gotten over as quickly as possible, and to be only remembered with a shudder by her and smothered malediction by him. In the other case, it was kitchen and cellar life all the time, a monotony, endurable certainly, but very unsatisfactory for all that. For it so happens that although some of us overvalue body, its adjuncts, functions, and offices, yet being human, we require a little intellect, soul, and emotion with our lives, cannot be contented with body only, and feel the need of a little sour leavening to season the dry bread of earthly being. Such couples grow tired of each other, of the monotony, and either party of such a firm will strangely take to other persons who manifest qualities and powers, which, from their own state of soul starvation, they know how to appreciate. The origin of such marriages takes its rise in physics purely. He is stout, magnetic, robust, full of fire, and passional auras envelop him round about, and passion always exaggerates both the properties and qualities of the object upon whom its eyes are cast, mentally endows it with what it has not and never will have, and at the same time revels in an insane dream of fancied joys destined never to be realized, because his whole being is in such a red-hot fever that, could he actualize his desire, death would stop him instantly, because nothing human could endure such a poignancy as he hopes to enjoy. She is young, round-limbed, rosy-cheeked, spirited, vivacious, full of health, and from what she has learned through other females, full of curiosity as to the facts of marriage. Well, she has passed the Rubicon, and they twain lengthen out their honeymoon for about a year, at the end of which time it is an old and flavorless story, and discontent comes in, because each feels the need of a little change. The upshot of such a union is that neither of them see a genuinely happy hour, till that wherein each hopes to be free from the other, and try their chances elsewhere. So much for general division number 1. The next division is that which is being, with its mysteries holy and unholy, that is in its normal development, and abnormal and unhealthful one, about to be treated in the pages that follow. 24. Love being much more than a mere sentiment between the sexes, it is plain that neither its groundwork, nature, or cryptic meaning has hitherto in any land been thoroughly understood. I have for long, weary years studied it in many countries of the globe. Here and there I got, not a new idea of it, but suggestions which led me to investigate and explore. And now, in this probably the last book, but one or two which I shall ever write, I desire not to make a confession, for I am proud of the truths alone I delved for, and brought up from the zim of mystery, but to make a statement and explanation. I had struggled so hard to get a fair hearing at the bar of the world, that many a time, in view of the cruel fact that I was met everywhere with suspicion, slander, and malignant envy, I have bathed in the dark waters of despair, and but for, as I believe, the protecting care of the dead, whose loving hands either held me up in the bitter strife, or, failing to be able to do that, eased my falls, I should have rushed of my own act into the awful fields of eternity. I became famous, but never popular. I studied Rosicrucianism, found it suggestive, and loved its mysticisms. So I called myself the Rosicrucian, and gave my thought to the world as Rosicrucian thought, and lo, the world greeted with loud applause what it supposed had its origin and birth elsewhere than in the soul of P.B. Randolph. Very nearly all that I have given as Rosicrucianism originated in my soul, and scarce a single thought, only suggestions, have I borrowed from those who, in ages past, called themselves by that name. One which served me well as a vehicle wherein to take my mental treasures to a market, which gladly opened its doors to that name, but would, and did, slam to its portals in the face of the tawny student of esoterics. Precisely so was it with things purporting to be ansoretic. I had merely read Lyde's book, and got hold of a new name, and again mankind hurrah ahead for the wonderful Ansari, but incontently turned up its nose at the supposed copyist. In proof of the truth of these statements and of how I had to struggle, the world is challenged to find a line of my thought in the whole 4,000 books on Rosicrucianism among the brethren of that fraternity, and I know many such in various lands, and was, till I resigned the office, Grand Master of the only temple of the order on the globe, or in the Ansoretic works, English, German, Syriac, or Arabic. One night, it was in far-off Jerusalem or Bethlehem, I really forgot which, I made love to and was loved by a dusky maiden of Arabic blood. I of her, and that experience, learned, not directly, but by suggestion, the fundamental principle of the white magic of love. Subsequently, I became affiliated with some dervishes and fakirs of whom, by suggestion still, I found the road to other knowledges, and of these devout practitioners of a simple, but sublime and holy magic, I obtained additional clues, little threads of suggestion, which, being persistently followed, led my soul into labyrinths of knowledge themselves did not even suspect that existence of. I became practically, what I was naturally, a mystic, and in time chief of the lofty brethren, taking the clues left by the masters and pursuing them farther than they had ever been before, actually discovering the elixir of life, the universal solvent, or celestial alkahest, the water of beauty and perpetual youth, and the philosopher's stone, all of which this book contains, but only findable by him or her who searches well. The thoughts which I gave to the world, that world paid me for, as it always has paid for benefits. But what of that? Justice is sure to be done me by and by. I am induced to say thus much in order to disabuse the public mind relative to Rosicrucianism, which is but one of our outer doors, and which was not originated by Christian Rosicrucian, but merely revived and replanted in Europe by him subsequent to his return from Oriental lands, whither, like myself and hundreds of others, he went for initiation. The Rosicrucian system is, and never was, other else than a door to the ineffable grand temple of Eulis. It was the trial chamber wherein men were tested as to their fitness for loftier things. And even Eulis itself is a triplicate of body, spirit, soul. There are some in the outer, a few in the inner crypts. These, the facts concerning Rosicrucia and myself, are out at last. Now let us go on with the book. Enthusiasts are the ambassadors of God. It is through such only that great truths reach the world, and that world takes exquisite pleasure in crucifying all such, and yet they will arise, proclaim their mission, deliver their message, establish new truths, and then march straight to Calvary or Patmos. In all ages there have been men cut out after a different pattern from their contemporaries, and who, for that reason, had and have a different destiny to fulfill. To be great is to be misunderstood, aye, and crucified time and again. Among all who have ever lived, none have worked harder or accomplished more good for mankind than that class of men known in all time as mystics, foremost among whom was, and is, that branch of them known as hermetists, men of mark, Pythagoreans, Rosicrucians, and lastly, the Brotherhood of Eulis, all of whom were, and are, students of the same school. When David G. Brown, of the city of New York, more recently connected with Bennett's Herald, was, in Montreal, I believe, asked concerning the origin of the great society, or rather, fraternity, the Rosicrucian branch, but differing essentially from the branch of the august brotherhood, represented by adepts in Europe, Asia, and myself and conferers in this country, yet identical in spirit so far as the general welfare of universal man is concerned. He responded as follows, save that he disguised certain names, which disguises I now throw off. As one standing upon the beach by the sea, and gazing far off over the turbulent waters, finds the horizon lowering in the distance, and shutting out the land unseen that lies beyond, so we, standing upon the sands of time, looking back over the sea of our past history, find there is a boundary beyond which their vision cannot extend, a point where many have written, no more beyond. And as the ocean casts up from its unfathomable depths wrecks of vessels lost, which float upon its surface, and are lost upon the shores, so sometimes, from the immeasurable gulf that has buried in its depths the secret of our origin, a waif drifting on the bosom of time finds its way to the limits of the historical epoch, and reveals to us something of what was and is lost. Then let us learn all that we may from these waifs. Let us wander upon these trackless shores of a silent sea, and bring from its driftwood and wrecks all that might be gathered. Let us add all that may be added of our childhood's glory to our manhood's suffering, and our coming triumph. We will be proud that we are disciples of Hermes Trismegistus, that thrice-sealed Lord of Mind, the mystical Melchizedek of Bible repute, but let us not forget to be proud that we are disciples of the viewless God. Twine the laurel wreath for the victor, but add the cypress for the victim. Let us go, then, to the land of romance and of dream, the land of the holy Byblis and the sacred Ganges. Standing upon their shores, our minds will revert back in the dim ages to the days of our childhood and the birth of the mystical reign of Arimanes. We will behold in our mind's eye a succession of kingdoms, like the succession of seasons, a rise and fall of dynasties, like the sowing and reaping of grain. We will count the number of patricians who live in idleness and luxury, and shudder at the multitude of plebeians who die in agony and want. Behold those monsters of selfishness and cruelty, whose insatiable appetite of ambition and pride, wealth and power, could not appease, and for whose maw the quivering flesh and trickling blood of a people became food. Here and there we will find men struggling against oppression as we have struggled, people teaching virtue and charity as we have taught, reviled and scorned as we have been. We will discover that others have borne our burdens who had no hope of receiving our reward, that knowledge is universal and has no royal road, and that they were as wise in the wisdom of their generation as we are in ours. And now, tread softly. We are entering the dark realm of the slumbering ages. The dust of 1,000,000 years has gathered here, and no voice has awakened its echoes since the days when the Indian Bacchus consorted with the daughters of men. We have left the land of the probable, and are journeying in the regions of the possible. The footprints here and there are of mortals, but of those who have beheld the hidden mysteries of Eulis, who are familiars of the Kabbalah, who have raised the veil of Isis and revealed the Krishna, the Yea or the A. Behold, in the distance, shining from the east as the sun from the sea, the unquenchable torch of her who is nameless. Observe the stars that circle round her, as she kneels to write upon the sand. See the sheen of her golden hair, and the spotless white of her robes. Catch the first strains of that wondrous philosophy, classic and pure, as they fall in wordless music from her lips, and remember how its infinite truth and marvelous beauty have, in all the ages that are past, bound us together by an indissoluble bond of brotherhood, and leavened with our faith in the innate kindness of the human heart, taught us to sacrifice ourselves that the peoples may advance. They were fragments of this philosophy which we wore as a crown of glory on our natal morn, that were disseminated by our Master and his innumerable followers, and cast hither and thither upon the stream of time, where finally, washed by successive waves of war and pilgrimage to the shores of Egypt. It is of these the author of the History of Civilization in England speaks, as forming one of the elements in the school of Alexandria, and whose subtle speculations, carried on in their own exquisite language, anticipated all the efforts of modern European metaphysics. They were fragments of this philosophy which, perverted by the strong individualities of Plato, Aristotle, and Pythagoras, became alike the systems of their schools, the portico, the grove, and the garden. Melchizedek, or Hermes, was our first great master, but like many masters before and since, he lived when the times were out of joint, and the age was not attuned to symphonies of thought and feeling. He taught his rich philosophy to all, opened great hidden depths of thought to the public eye, explained the most subtle truths to barbarian ears, and threw pearls to swine. And his success, he gathered round him his disciples, and looked beyond at their followers. They extended in every direction, as far as eye could reach, surging like the waves of the sea, when tossed by tempests, and with all the deep undertones and mutterings of the ocean. Were all these his pupils? All these versed in the shoals and the depths of reasoning? No, they were families, some member of whom believed in abstract philosophical truth, and all the rest believed the man. They reduced the laws of nature to form a creed, and they made a golden calf of some special physical force, and fell down to worship it. They resolved themselves, after their agitation, into their own natural element. That was all. As a rustic, uninstructed in the principles, might with open-mouthed wonder watch the burning of coal, and endeavor to associate it with the inflation of a balloon, so Hermes, expecting only the preconceived consequences of his teaching, was awed by the immense bubble he had formed. As he comprehended the magnitude of his creation and its now evident consequences, perhaps there arose in his mind that inevitable conclusion that from all his teachings and all his labor little would be accomplished. The great minds among his followers would be philosophers, but they would have been philosophers without him. The mass would be fanatics, as they had been fanatics before him. He had done only this, given a direction to their studies and speculations, given a name and method to their ignorance and madness. And all this scholasticism and philosophy, all this ignorance and madness, would be the new religion of India, would take the place forever of her first idolatry. Hold! It is not yet too late to retrieve, and by one of those rapid and eccentric movements in literature, which the great genius of Bonaparte was wont to receive in war, to change the whole features of the campaign. And I am so changing it. I, the last Grand Master of the Order, prior to its final absorption into regnant, peerless Eulis. So we received our heritage, and the soul of philosophy vanished from India and the world as a dream. The kernel was hidden, and the shell alone permitted to remain to excite the awe of past generations and the wonders of ours. Ah, most noble Master, You have long since, like her who came before you, passed forever among the shadows of the invisible and the dark, but deathless realms, where our fathers have gone before us. But as the material form was indestructible, the lives forever in that land of blossom and of flowers, so that spiritual and ideal emanation shall, through all coming time, live in the minds of men and never cease to be born anew. For Eulis, nature is infinite and eternal. How safely our secrets have been guarded! Let each answer according to the progress he has made in mastering them. How little was abstracted by the Essenes, Gnostics, and Batiniae, you all know. For 10,000 years after Hermes, we lost no more, in our contact with all the various peoples of the world, than the electric elements we threw off in grasping their hands. Though few in numbers, we guarded the great trust committed to our care with a never-ceasing vigilance. Every member was aware of its importance to the human race. Every member realized that the flowers gathered from the graves of dead years must be preserved as a wreath to crown the age to come. Amid the swarm of sects and societies that sprang to life in the East, surrounded by all the schools that flourished in the golden age of Greece, that little band of souls preserved their purity. Secretly and silently, they moved over the sands of time to the coming of the Nazarene. In the twilight that succeeds the crucifixion of Calvary, we can see indistinctly the movements of individuals and the banding of men. They seem to move with an uncertain purpose and to have lost their old effectiveness. 1, 2, 3, 500 years roll by as one would count the hours to midnight. Then there is a bustle. Work is at hand. Into those dark ages that succeed, pass the mustering bands, and for 1,000 years death at the stake, persecution and despair on the one hand, and the retribution of the Vemigerecte and kindred associations, alone point out the position of the contestants and the progress of the fight. Then from his cradle in the Alps looms up Christian Rosicrucian. Seizing all at a glance, the society is reorganized. No more to dream but to work. No more to wait for the human race to accomplish its destiny, but to assist in its accomplishment. To offer her bosom to the unfortunate, to raise the fallen, to succor the oppressed, to interpose her form between the tyrant and the slave, to lead the van in the great fight. She has the gathered knowledge of her ages of student life. She has the patience taught by centuries of adversity. She has the courage of the true and the beautiful. And, above all, she loves the peoples. And Paschal Beverly Randolph succeeded Rosicrucian as the legitimate Grand Master of Rosicrucia and hierarch of Eulis. And now I would say one word in regard to contemporary societies. Many of them were organized with meritorious objects in the days gone by, but the state of things that gave them being has long since passed away. They presented a sad spectacle of having outlived their usefulness, and drag out a fitful existence of senseless ceremonies and abstract forms, from which the soul has long departed. A few should receive the tribute of respect due to that which is venerable and good, and Freemasonry should ever be associated with the broad mantle of its charity. In the superstructures which have been erected at different periods, upon these foundations, one will often observe a pillar, here or there, called the Rose Croix, or occasionally hear the mystic name Eulis softly pronounced. I was conversing with a gentleman whom I supposed to be a member of one of these chapters, and he said, "The Rosy Cross is dead. We have, it is true, galvanized its skeleton into a transitory life, but the Rosy Cross of history is dead." "Dead!" I cried. "She lives, lives with the rich blood of the South in her veins, with the vigor of the North in her constitution, with the clear brains of the temperate zone, the depth of thought of the Orient, the versatility of France, and earnestness of purpose and boldness of resolution of the New World, lives these 300 years that you think her dead, as she lived the countless centuries before you thought her born? And may she never cease to have a fitting casket for her jewels, and remain a reflex of the glorious truth and beauty of the superlative wisdom, power, and goodness. So far well, but at last the world wants to know more of that wonderful fraternity, which, nameless at times for long centuries, blossomed a few centuries ago as Rosicrucia, but now has leaped to the forefront of all the real reform movements of this wonderful age, and lo, the banner of peerless Eulis floats proudly, rock-founded, on the breeze. We, the people of Eulis, be it known, are students of nature in her interior departments, and rejecting alike the coarse materialism of the ages, and the sham philosophies of the ages past and current, accept only that which forces conviction by its irresistible logic. Men who realize the existence of other worlds than this are not apt to give loose rein to passion, nor be content with fraud in any shape. We cannot take say-sos for facts, and therefore we reject much that appeals to others with the force of truth. We are ambitious to solve all possible mystery. We prefer one method to all other hyperhuman agencies, knowing it to be infinitely preferable to all other modes of rapporting the occult and mysterious, and this book, and all others from the same pen, is but a very imperfect sketch or outline of the sublime philosophy of the Templars of Eulis. We know the enormous importance of the sexive principle, that a menstruating woman is an immense power if she but knew it, that a pregnant one holds the keys of eternal mystery in her hand, and that while thus she can make or mar any human fortune. We know the mystic act is one uphinging the gates alike of heaven and of hell, and we know the two semi-brainless people may, by an application of esoteric principles, stock the world with mental giants. And but where shall we find students? Are not all the people, nearly, the slaves of lust, place, gold? Well, we find one now and then, and we hail him or her as the Greeks hailed the sea, with excessive joy. Thalata, Thalata. They are not multitudinous now, but will be in the good time coming. 25. Unquestionably, while we occupy flesh and blood bodies, and probably after we wear our electric or ethereal ones subsequent to death, love, other than amissive and filial, will depend upon the magnetic congeniality existing between the two concerned, although even the most perfect state of magnetic fusion and reciprocation is liable to be disturbed by anyone of quite a numerous list of causes. We are all of us, more or less, counterparts and embodiments of nature, and nature has her ups and downs, fogs and sleets, storms and heats, ice and fire, volcanoes and wintry blasts, and so must we, just as long as the earth and nature are as at present. When they change, so will we, and very likely not much before. If between a couple there be a full and mutual play of magnetism, if neither draws from the other, except to replace with his or her own, there is a good chance of general harmony, joy, and content for them. If not, then not. If one party overflows with magnetism, and the other has but a scanty supply, strong love may exist between them, all other things being equal, and the weak one will depend almost for life itself upon the strong, and the strong be firmly drawn toward the weak. But there must be an assimilation between, and blending of, the two magnetisms, else they will assuredly antagonize and repel each other. One party may be very glowing and loving and magnetic, say, for instance, on plane A, a solid, physical, muscular, heedless, jolly, devil-me-care sort of individual, say a man. Such an one could make a perfect heaven on his plane with a woman of the same grade. But how would it be were he conjoined with a joyous, rich-souled, healthy, magnificent, intellectual, refined, delicate, and spiritual woman, equally magnetic as himself, but the grade of whose magnetism was as satin compared to his own, towel cloth? Now just such couples, or those as naturally and organically incompatible, somehow or other manage to get together, and the consequence is a life removed from happiness by a great, yawning, impassable gulf, whose black and sullen waters cannot be bridged. Some day, in the future, there will be honorable methods whereby the present general mixed-upness will be made straight, and people having unfortunately made the wrong choice and gotten someone else's wife or husband will be able to, yes, in some cases actually swap. Why not, if themselves are rendered happier by it? Society is satisfied, the prior families duly provided for, and no sin committed, no harm done? Woman faces heaven when she gives herself to love and man, willingly or victimly. The rule is universal, the exceptions monstrous, for there can be none save in three cases: utter human depravity, certain physical malformations, and third, in those mysterious forms of prayer in vogue before Nineveh the first was founded, and whose tremendous importance and vital sacredness compel me to allude to no further herein. The first fact above is not only her nature, but I hold is an especial sign of her celestial nature, and of heaven's mystical favor. She receives both the human and the divine in her demise of affection, if even by force. But coarser man looks toward the world's face, for then he is almost entirely of the earthy. Woman never is. She may be indifferent, horrified, but still she looks toward the empyrean, and from it, however degraded, receives a measure of life divine. For lo, as she may be, but touch the right chord, and she can mother heroes, and give gladsome Marys to the world. Now, here comes in a mooted point, of one unfaithful wife and one unfaithful husband, which commits the greater sin? Or is it an equal grade of offense before God? To this I reply, in the act, right or wrong, man gives of himself, whether good or evil, and woman receives. The malign influence is external with and to him, internal with and to her. It is easy for him to rid himself of the bad effects, compared with her ability to do the same, for the foreign influence imparted to remains with her, and becomes an integrant of her very being, and, as she naturally stands nearer heaven, the greater is her fall, far greater than his who is already a great deal too near the earth. Hence, I hold her sin greatest, just as I would tell an angel who had sinned, be thy punishment severe, but would bid a half-imbecile to clear out and not bother the court. 26. But there is another thought arising right here. It sometimes, and in this age and country very frequently, happens that one or both the parties to a marital compact, from a variety of causes, some of which I will state, manage to lose this magnetic attraction toward the other party, and 10 to 1, each will at once conclude that all love between them is wholly lost or dead, when the fact is that each has quite as much as ever, but the bridge is broken down, that mystic bridge, which, resting on the abutments of both souls, spans the gulf of eternity. But, although often broken, this bridge is seldom utterly destroyed. The statistics of divorce prove the position here affirmed, for a large percentage of divorced couples, after enjoying a brief period of freedom, begin to think about it, conclude they had not been wise enough, and were altogether too hasty, that, after all, there's no home like the old one, no love like the old one, and they marry each other over again, and, having cut their eye teeth, steer clear of former faults and lead happy lives thereafter. Why? Because they have a little more care, a greater amount of give and take, without being mad about it, and make more strenuous endeavors to please each other, and that's just it. For as soon as people do that, they cease fretting, scolding, fuming, worrying, complaining, and borrowing trouble, and therefore cease to waste their magnetisms. Consequently the honey bubbles up again, and life's vinegar leaks out. Now, owing to these causes, married people are not, as they should be, the happiest beings on earth. Far from it. The youths and maidens discount them largely on the general average, and you can almost always tell a married pair whenever you clap eyes on them, for it's heads up and a smirk or smile to everyone else but each other. Not so with unwedded lovers. The former lean away from each other and gaze askant. The latter lean to each other and drink in delicious draughts of ecstasy from each other's eyes. Now the man who accounts for this state of things on the hypothesis that the one is passion appeased, the other only anticipatory, is a fool, besides being a selfish knave. The true reading is magnetic exhaustion in one case, magnetic reciprocity in the other. What magnetism is, I will tell you presently. Suffice it at this stage to record its existence, and to note such facts as above adduced. I have already, in a previous paragraph of this section, indicated, generally, by suggestion, the cure for this state of affairs. Briefly, they are to utterly put a stop to all sources of magnetic depletion, keep cool everywhere, under all provocations and circumstances, eat, drink, sleep well, and whatever you do, make a business of it. When you work, with hands or brain, do it with a will, but don't work all the time. When the day's labor is done, forget all about it, and devote at least 2 hours of the evening to social chat, talk, visiting, or receiving visitors. Walk out, read, listen to music, and persistently have your 2 or even 1 hour a day free from sordid strife and worldly care. Hard to do it at first in these grab-all days, wherein, as the sailor said, people eat hard, work hard, fare hard, sleep hard, have a hard time generally through this life, at length dying hard, and going to perdition at last, which the skeptical old salt said was particularly derned hard. A pint of water contains latent force enough to blow a town to flinders. An equal amount of magnetism contains active force enough to incarnate a new being and launch an immortal soul upon the limitless sea of eternity. And yet in 5 minutes of growling, stewing, fretting, anger, or in a wanton's or libertine's arms, thrice that amount of imperial life is lost, and it means, also, the shortening of at least 10 good days on earth. 27. Of course, excessive venery is an effective nail in anyone's coffin, and so is excessive childbearing, seeing that both are broad rivers, discharging magnetism from the human body and soul. And this reminds me to say something in reference, not to the fetid and unclean subject of conception preventives, for I hold nearly all of them as utter abominations, but on the culture of the will directly, and the use of that will, and it alone, in determining for and against excessive progeny. For a couple had better have 3 really fine children than 30 half-formed and delicate ones. Excessive connubial pleasures invariably produce dyspepsia, not only of the body, but of the mind, intellect, and soul. And when offspring results from such conditions, what wonder that they are lacking in all the grand essentials of a genuine and perfect man and womanhood. Absolute and prolonged continence is but a less evil, though its penalty is inflicted upon the transgressor alone. The human will, next to love, is the most powerful attribute of immortal mankind. In most people it is splurgy, occasional, paroxysmal, and as a steady power, practically of no account. I have told some persons to will, and straightway they screwed up their faces, clenched their teeth, and looked most absurdly and amusingly awful or ridiculous. They strained and fumed as if trying to lift a ton. Now will is no such thing, to be exerted in no such way. It is simply a quiet power, and requires no muscular or nervous, but simply a still mental force, to urge it into play. When it is feeble, as in most it is, it should be cultivated by thinking determinedly at intervals of one thing only at a time, to the total exclusion of everything, topic or subject besides. Thus one can will, after practice, tears to the eyes, blushes to the cheeks, pallor to the face, as thousands of ministers and other actors constantly do. We can will to close our hands or eyes, and just so we close or open the sphincter ani, or that of the bowels, bladder, lips, and close them at pleasure. The Oneida perfectionists declare, and with undoubted truth, that any man can, at will, after a little practice, effectually control the ejective action of the seminal vessels. But he is an unwise and suicidal man who attempts a thing so unnatural and injurious. But how is it with woman? Can she control corresponding uterine muscles? I answer, most assuredly. All mothers and obstetricians know the enormous expulsive power of the uterus, and that contractile and expansive power, like that of any other sphincter, is measurably under her will. When she sees fit to keep it closed, no other power but her own can defeat her purpose, and she ought to know when to exert that power, and there is no necessity to use it, save when she believes an ovum is then present, and undesirable maternity threatened. In the will she has the only natural agent and means, justified of nature and God, of controlling the number of her children. But she is only thus justified when disease, excessive maternal weariness, a sickly, disordered, depraved, or drunken husband, or one whom she hates, or is hated by, or insanity, gloom, or malformation, tell her in thunder tones she ought not to give to the world what she cannot give well, and with safety to her own life. By simply willing, and without much strain, the os uteri will close, and remain thus for days together. Hence all washes and preventives can be consigned forever to the bad limbo whence they originated. But this is only one of the silent energies of the human will. It is said, and I believe, that whom a woman blesses or curses when her moon is on her, stays cursed or blessed till that same woman removes it. Well, if she curses, she hurts herself, hence cannot afford to do it, but she can, and ought to bless all the time. This willpower, once started, grows apace, and with it, you, O wife of the troubled heart, can powerfully, silently, resistlessly use it to direct the mighty magnetic power of your own soul upon him you love, would retain and wear, and wean too, from bad habits and the malign influence of those who, claiming to be his friends, are really your foes, and, by their bad power over him, are practically enemies to both. Fail you cannot. Nothing good can ever fail. True it may, to quote Poe, be trodden down, but it will rise again to the life everlasting. But to its present application, in far-off Oriental lands, I was the guest of some Arab brethren, of a certain mystic tie, and one day, in a boat, we sailed away from Bulak, the port of Grand Cairo, up the stately and solemn Nile. How far we went, whither, or what for, matters not. But then and there I ascertained that the woman of that brotherhood, and some others in that distant sunny land, knew some natural secrets which their fairer sisters of the West are totally ignorant of. When one of those wives is perfectly assured that, by reason of illness, age, or weakness, she cannot safely bear more children without hazarding both lives, she shrinks with unutterable horror from what our American women contemplate with a pish. At the house of one Mrs. Lodds in Boston, I once heard a woman, then on the point of marriage, declare she never would bear a child, but would kill them just as if they were so many puppy dogs. The worse than female demon. The Oriental wife, I repeat, shrinks with superlative loathing from the idea of murdering or conniving at the murder of the fruit of her womb, as all true women do, and ever will, knowing she were a murderess if she did, and that she is just as certain to suffer for it subsequent to death, as that death itself is sure to come. She knows that the nature of the ties that bind her in marriage will, time and again, subject her to the chances of maternity. Refuse those risks she never dreams of doing, well knowing she would be either laughed at, abused, or divorced, or even, if not, that such denials fail to generate quietude in the tent, or peace in the family. What then? Why, she either times her meeting with her husband with reference to her periods so as to avoid distasteful chances, or if accident prevents that, she merely places the ball of her thumb in her mouth, breathes hard upon it, strains and bears down, and is instantly out of danger, for both ovum and zoosperm are forthwith expelled by the forceful contractions of the uterine and abdominal muscles. In these respects, the law of God rules in the Arab tent instead of the abortional devils which haunt the boudoirs of civilized and Christian mankind. It is indeed very seldom that an Eastern woman resorts to that sinless method, and then only when age, disease, or malformations render it imperative. On the contrary, offspring are rightly considered as special blessings from the Supreme God. Hence, the first lesson a bride receives from her mother are those that favor such a result. She is told to wholly, fully, freely, prayerfully abandon her entire faculties and being to the one grand end of woman life, the sacred mission of the wifely mother. Hence it happens that the Oriental wife is always pure. There are not 100 adulteresses or child killers in all Islam, with its 200 million votaries. There is not as many of those fearful crimes committed among all the Muslims in 10 years as disgrace Boston, New York, or Philadelphia every month we live. The Oriental wife, with all her glowing soul, wills, save in very rare instances, to be fruitful, as all women should, and becomes so. There are rare cases in which a wife cannot, without imperiling her life, undergo the ordeal of maternity, and then only, the timely exercise of the will alone forestalls death, prevents crime, and obviates all suffering. 28. Love, I have stated, is magnetic and subject to magnetic law. It is a force also, capable, as all know, of exerting very strange effects, both upon human souls and bodies. But how? That's the question. Tell us that. I will listen. Matter and mind, in some mysterious way, are not only both alike and unlike, and conjoin to form the thing called man, but they act together directly and indirectly, fully or partially, and yet are not of the same nature, albeit they act and react upon each other in myriad ways, a fact which every one's experience demonstrates beyond cavil. One thing is absolutely certain, that the mind resides in the brain, that in it inheres what constitutes us human, and that the conscious point resides in the center of the encephalon, at the spot where all three brains meet, viz., cerebrum, cerebellum, and medulla, or spinal marrow, which is an elongated brain, is a clear fact, that the proof of which can be found by consulting any good anatomical and physiological atlas. In this central point, as through and around the corpus callosum, there is, in death, a nervous and spheral waste; in life, a brilliant sun varying in size from that of a large pea to a perfectly gorgeous sun-shining diamond 3 inches in diameter, a ball of dazzling white fire. And this is the soul, the being par excellence, the tremendous human mystery. It has a double consciousness, one facing time and its accidents and incidents, the other gazing square and straight right into eternity. For its hither use it fashions material eyes, for its thither use every one of myriad rays darting from it is an eye whose powers laugh Ross's telescope to scorn. But there arises a fog from the body which mainly so envelops this central point that the eyes are veiled. Sometimes in magnetic or other sleep the clouds shift, and then one or more eyes glance over infinite fields, and momentarily glimpse the actualities of space, time, possibility, and eternity. Where I, at this point, to reveal what I know of soul, its destiny, nature, and the realities of the ultimate spaces, this world would stand agape, but I resist the temptation and go on with this book. This central ball draws its supplies from space, air, ether, and being mystic and divine, directly from the Lord of the universe, the imperial mystery, infinite and eternal God, about which mystery the savants are as greatly at fault as they are concerning the facts of growth. It breathes, has its tides, its diastole, systole, flux and ebbs, and being compelled to gaze on the outer world through opaque glasses, diseased bodies, it takes but distorted views of things, and scarce ever can rely upon the absolute truth of what the senses tell it, from which results mistakes, confusion, misapprehensions, crime, and whatever else of evil betides its fortunes here. The breath of the body, its atmospheric air, which air is more or less penetrated with the ether of space, the breath of God, and the magnetism of the heavens surrounding the entire material universe. On these it subsists, and when it means a thing it discharges a portion of its own sphere, its divine nerval life, toward the object of its desire and attention, and the vehicle is magnetism, and magnetism is that specific vif, or fluid, life manufactured by the sexual apparatus of either gender, as said before. The thing conveyed by it is the purpose of a soul, the result, a certain yielding of any other force on earth, for nothing can withstand the absolute decree of the waked-up human soul. Illustration. 29. The soul of a woman, non-couvert, sends its fires all over her form, because she loves the man. The atmosphere surrounding her bulges at the equator of her body, the pelvic region, across the hips, and she draws all males to her, then, with a very powerful attraction. But after coverture, and before impregnation, if she be disappointed in her dream of bliss, she sends the same sphere out to anyone else but him, and for all affectional purposes thereafter. So far as she is concerned, he might as well be dead, for the sphere flattens up when he is near her, and although he may compel her obedience, he can never reach her soul. Then comes Hades, if not openly, then assuredly behind the scenes. For there's no more warmth, verve, elan, or passion in her for him, because he has lost the power to evoke them. And while he may, by right of human law, and her sufferance, possess her form, her soul in its secure citadel grimly laughs him to scorn, and despises him with perfect unction, because it knows that every time he profanes her, he stabs himself to the heart. For he outrages her soul, and outrage invites, curses, and whomsoever on God's broad earth a woman curses, then and there stays accursed, and horror and defeat follows in his footsteps wherever he may be. What d'ye think of that, my lady? What d'ye think of that, my man? But take a woman after coverture to the point of pregnancy, no sooner is the monad, seed or germ, lodged within the sacred and most transcendently holy and mystical chamber of the womb, and the filamental door has closed the aperture thereof, shutting out and in its treasure, and from all eyes concealing the divine workshop of the Eternal. Then her soul withdraws its attentions from the womb, direct and alone, and begins to concentrate it and its magnetism upon that womb's contents. And from that instant she begins to love the man no less, but the unborn baby more. Why? Because up to that point her soul depended on the man, but now a new soul depends almost wholly upon it. She must search out all the best particles of her blood, brain, food, drink, air, light, nivara, muscle, bone, lymph, cartilage, carbon, and a million chemicals wherewith to build up a new body, from original materials, wherein this new soul is to dwell for a time and times and a half a time, if the aberrationist quacks and fashions don't kill it. The soul sends lime, iron, silver, gold, calcium, nearly all the earths and salts to make the body stout and strong. Then she stores up fire in the body, phosphor, manufactures canals, pumps, reservoirs, telescopes, drums, cylinders, flutes, columns, domes, cellars, chemical laboratories, and mechanical contrivances of the most marvelous kind. After which she goes aloft and brings down fire from heaven, metaphysical flame, and lodges angels all over the little mansion, music here, science there, mathematics and memory, ambition, hope, joy, sorrow, love, and aspiration. After which she takes a lower flight and calls up tempters from the deeps of being to offset the angels, among whom are avarice, anger, lying, robbery, lust, and a fearful host beside, well knowing that if her new charge reach heaven, it must do so alone, must toil and sweat and tread upon and over red-hot sands, wade through a million hells on its own feet, fight its way with its own strong hand, alone, while God looks on and smiles, he knowing that the goal is sweet, though the road be bitter, and that victory may be won at last. Now, what time has a woman got for the frivolities of love when she is doing so grand a work as that? Well, is it any wonder her love changes from her uterus to her bosom? Not any. And yet there are fools called men who cannot, will not, see all this, but think and insist that she who was so then shall be so now, when in fact a whole universe rolls between the two states. She is queer, short, snappish, soft, cranky then, and no wonder, for she has an undoubted right to raise the very Satan then if she choose, and most of them do it, for the simple reason that they can't help it. Why? Reader, I have already told you that the human being is all nature incarnated. Nature is changeable in her moods, sunny, tempestuous, coarse, foul, mean, genial, calm, blustery, and all these things and states she is forced to incarnate in the soul, spirit, and body of the new pilgrim about starting on its way from the valley of earth to the eternal land of paradise, the splendid city of the ineffable God. 30. I have said that, pregnant states aside, and even to a great degree then, for the mother is aided in all her mystic work by the husband and father if he be a man, and loving, gentle, kind, and forbearing as he should be, and not fly at her in fury and anger because she fails in some essential things. The ethereal, magnetic vehicle, with its load of soul-born love, can be by the persistent will projected upon and made to effectively operate on almost any, though not every, human being. There are those that a given person's magnetic influence will no more touch than water will a duck's back. It rolls off and never contacts at all. In such hard cases the attempt had better be abandoned, for two reasons. First, it cannot succeed, owing to organic differences of constitution, and second, if it could, it would be effort thrown away. But the same power and force can be directed upon ourselves, by ourselves, either upon an afflicted member of the body, from brain to heel, or upon the internal viscera, as in cases of dyspepsia, liver trouble, kidney difficulty, heart disease, cancer of stomach, above all, the pelvic viscera of either gender when disordered, as most are, gravid uterus, ulcerated, originating frequently in lacerated vagina, ovarian disease, vulvular congestions, inflamed prostate, or febrile tests, and vaginitis. All these are reachable by the force named, exerted in the manner specified in a preceding section, but which are worth repetition. Direct the attention toward the cause of anxiety, a person, sick or well, generally, or to a specific point of body, mind, morals, and strongly, yet calmly, desire, wish, will, the love cure to be effective. But a few trials will be needed to ensure absolute, if qualified, success. An assuagement will assuredly follow, nor is the genuine cure far off. It is a scientific application of the mother's power over her babe, exerted on a wider scale. 31. But what's the use of anything unless used and enjoyed? There are thousands of married couples living in a very bad and unhappy state, simply because they won't fairly try for any other. And so magnetic will force is of no account whatever as a force per se. It must be exerted to be available. Then, and not till then, it and the love born on it is one of the most powerful instrumentalities on earth. Witness the many undoubted cures of disease effected by those who go about laying on of hands, for although some of them are charlatans, yet others are not, in proof of which behold the results following their practice. But wives and husbands neglect this matter, and suffer in consequence. People find one another growing cool from causes already set forth herein, and instead of checking that coolness by trying to, they fly off at a tangent, set up a domestic growlery, create innumerable excuses for a fuss, grow sullen, morose, and contrive, by every earthly means, to render matters 10 times worse than ever, when a timely and persistent resort to the aid of the great magnetic law would speedily correct all the trouble, which, in married life, 9 times in 10 originates either in outside or inside magnetic exhaustion, or in domestic passional satiety and excessive nervous waste, which creates disgust on one side, antipathy on the other, with a grilling fire of discontent between the two. Now this, to some, may be an unpalatable truth, yet true nevertheless. And here, as well as anywhere else, let me say further, that a fair share of obedience to the supreme law of cleanliness, sunshine, and ventilation will go a great way toward preventing magnetic exhaustion, and put a stop to that same satiety and disgust, with all their attendant and overcrowning abhorrences. Some people bathe too often, and I have seen those whom I did not believe had bathed 5 times in 60 years. If a wife finds her husband growing cool, let her attend to her dress, manner, smiles instead of frowns, sugar, not salt, honey, not vinegar, and place her will steadily, strongly, persistently upon him, at the same time sending forth her woman's love, sympathy, and magnetic force of magnetic love. The man don't live who can resist it. His love will revive just as surely as that heaven exists. But she cannot work this magic charm in anger, jealousy, or indifference. Let her remember this, for it is the grand true secret of fascination, was learned from the birds, and has worked miracles in human life. The same principle obtains among unwedded lovers. When wives dress up and put their best foot forward to please their own households, as they do for outsiders, when the husband dons his best coat and pantaloons, boots and hat, cane and gloves as often and readily to walk out with his own wife as, when away, he does to do the same for somebody else's, the world will be a good deal better off than it is today. Men's lives will be happy and pleasant when they learn, first, that a woman is a woman, not a softer sort of man. Second, that wives appreciate forbearance. Third, that occasionally a woman's organization becomes so deranged that she needs sympathy, love, tenderness, and great patience on his part, for she cannot help her vagaries. Bread thus thrown upon the waters will return a harvest of love ere many days. Fourth, a wife is a truer friend, even if homely, than the most beautiful outsider that ever lived. Fifth, take your wife into your counsels, the place of amusement. Walk, talk, and be pleasant with her. Attentions pay large interest. Sixth, never bring all your troubles home to saddle them on her. And seventh, and last, study your wife and adapt yourself to her. Let her really be your other half, for lo, ye twain are one flesh. No matter what mothers-in-law or any relation may say or do, remember that ye are one, and for this cause shall a man leave father and mother and cleave only to his wife, if she really be such in soul and spirit, as well as in law, gospel, and appearances. Any mother can, if she will, produce offspring that shall be superior to either parent, by avoiding all disagreeables of whatever kind or nature, by believing she shall and will produce a superior specimen of the race, and by firmly resisting discontent, anger, jealousy, hatred, and all evil, dwelling only on that which is true, beautiful, and good. Women suffering from affectional perversions resulting in the trains of evils known as female complaints have a positive means of rejuvenation in the will, in the cultivation of the purer attributes of their nature, observance of the law of soap and water, and a firm determination to be no longer slaves to drugs, anger, selfishness, the doctors, envy, or anything else calculated to unbalance them. Thus mentally they can heal themselves, become healthy, and gain the new life, energy, and power. We now pass to the consideration of one of the most strange and aberrant phases of love, if love be not a misnomer as applied to it, with which the mind has to grapple during its search into the mazy labyrinths concealed beneath the human form. 32. If it was possible for me to look upon this broad world and broader universe with the jaundiced eyes of some zealot, full of bile, gloom, bitterness, and bigotry, if I were capable of believing that God is not all good, if I could imagine a yawning gulf and it peopled with tortured souls whose agonizing shrieks for sudden death were answered back by the exultant shouts of jubilant fiends with a king devil at their head, which I can't, but if I could, then would I believe that from that pit, clean back of the shadow of God, came trooping forth a score of superlatively horrible gorgons, destined by the mandate of their chief fiend to desolate the earth and torment mankind, among which one, always clad in rays of light, yet sweltering with venom at its heart, stands among the foremost. I mean that awful thing for which in English there is no name, but which ever and always assumes the garb and mien and office of the bright, heaven-born angel, love. In other of my books I have named this pestilent thing vampirism. Now, the name is familiar to everybody, because, in the first place, it pertains to a monstrous leech which inhabits tropical waters, fastens onto whatever has sentient life, and never lets go until the last drop of blood is sucked out, and the victim topples into the arms of death. Secondly, the same name is applied to a huge bat inhabiting dark caverns in Oriental and other lands, darkness and gloom being its natural habitat. And when man or beasts traveling along that way chance to fall asleep, this bat of Hades stealthily approaches and gently, soothingly, flaps its huge wings, croning and droning its weird sing-song the while, thus fanning its victims until a deep, comatic sleep falls upon them, so hard and strong that not a stir is made while the bat opens a vein and drinks its fill of living gore. When the awaking comes, the eyes open in another world than this, for mankind, never at all for beasts. The name in the third use is attached to a certain peculiar, fantastic beings, half human, half demon, of Oriental and German story. These beings emerge from deep darkness in the middle of the night, open new-made graves, take out the bodies therein, eat the flesh, and then, the horrid banquet over, stealthily return whence they came, surfeited to plethora with the dreadful repast. But it sometimes happens, so goes the legend, that no new-made graves offer their temptations, and still the ghouls must live. Wherefore they gain access to houses and drain the veins of whomsoever they possibly can. These harpies are, however, vulnerable to shot and death, but if you kill one, be sure to bury him 5 feet or a fathom beneath the solid earth, and be sure you run a stake through his breast, with a cross on top, and if possible, at a crossroads, for if you neglect to do this, and the vampire's body remains above ground, just as soon and as surely as the moon's beams shine upon it, just so surely will its life return, and it go scot-free to continue its ravages through successive lives and deaths. All these horrid things, whether creative of nature in some of her dark moods, or whether some of them are the offspring of perverted imagination, the reality, if of life or of legend, alike are all bad enough. And we turn from the bare contemplation of each with a shudder, begotten of horror on the body of disgust, and yet, fearful as they are, not one of them, or all combined, can equal the horrible reality, the absolutely unmistakable, genuine, living human ghouls, right in our very midst, devouring gorgons, who are everywhere about us, who go up and down our streets, and in and out before us, clad in fine raiment, faces decked with smiles, and who only enter our houses and partake of our hospitality to betray our trust and fatten on the lives of us and ours. For where of the male gender their sole aim is to gratify their own infernal morbidity of passion at anybody's expense whatever, and the wives and daughters of our friends become the prey of wretches, for whom no punishment is too severe, doubly dyed vampires, from whom conscience has forever taken its flight, and to whom gratitude is unknown. The ghoul originates in such marriages as have no love to cement the union. The father is a coarse, selfish, material surface man, without tenderness, affection, anything wholly human. And his wife, if not as cold as himself, is probably just the opposite, and from the altar to the grave never realizes the least love. Nothing but selfish passion is a woman who yearns, and vainly, for what she cannot get, true love. And the consequence is that her child comes to earth with yearnings never to be gratified, love-hungry, from eternity to time, and through time all the way back to eternity again. Now, when he or she, thus born, encounters those of opposite gender who are full of love, they cling to such with the tenacity of death itself until they sap out the full soul and fill their empty ones. What care they, even though desolation, despair, and death follow in their footsteps, and all their tracks are blood spots from the hearts that they have broken? For so long as these leeches get their fill, no matter what evil betides those upon whom they feed and whom they ruin, these ghouls have no principle, declare love with like fervor to every one they meet, and having ruined them, blasted their happiness, destroyed their peace of mind, shipwrecked families, violated daughters, debauched honest men's wives, they brag of it, and send fiery clouds of remorse and shame to crown the victims of their rapacity and coarsely brutal lust. Their crime is fiendish. I conclude this section by briefly recapitulating the res gestae of it, which may be thus summarized. Many people of both sexes often experience a terrible attraction toward another that resembles but is not love. On the contrary, it is a fearful, monstrous passion, and they almost vainly struggle to escape it. Such persons are vampirized, and a vampire is a person born love-hungry, who have none themselves, who are empty of it, but who fascinate and literally suck others dry who do have love in their natures. Detected thus, the vampire is selfish, is never content but in handling, fondling its object, which process leaves the victim utterly exhausted, and they don't know why, break off at once. Baffle it by steady refusal, allow not even hands to touch, and remember that the vampire seeks to prolong his or her own existence, life, and pleasure at the expense of your own. Women, when thus assailed, should treat the assailant with perfect coldness and horror. Thus they can baffle this pestiferous thing, which is more common than people even suspect, in fact, an everyday affair. Many a man and wife have parted, many still live unhappily together, some aware, but many unconscious, that the prime cause of all their bickerings and discontent is vampirism on the part of one or the other. It causes fretfulness, moodiness, irritability. A feeling of repugnance arises toward the one who should be most dear, and eventually positive dislike takes the place of that tender affection which should ever grow more and more endearing between those who have given themselves to each other. This dislike becomes in many cases so strong that the parties cannot endure each other's presence, and separation becomes inevitable, neither, perhaps, conscious of the true cause. This is sometimes owing to an inferior development of amativeness, sometimes to debility, lack of vitality, the consequence of a feeble or shattered nervous system, and in either case the cure is to be found in less frequent contact, separate rooms, health, and mutual endeavor to correct the fault. 33. What vast hosts, what tremendous throngs of what are called husbands, and notoriously what almost infinite numbers of married women find home a real hell on a small scale instead, and all for want of mutuality, domesticity, sympathy, and above all, reciprocity. That is the impartation and reception each by, to, and from the other, of the mysterious thing known as magnetism, and many such there be, who, realizing nothing but the worst kind of blanks in their lottery of life, actually long for death, or anything else, to mitigate or change the current horror of their lives. People, too, make great mistakes about this self-same mystic magnetism. They imagine it to be either all physical or all mental, when, in fact, it is both, and this subtle fluid, or emanation, is the absolute connecting link between soul and body, matter and mind, and ultimately between man and the deity. Thus, in a few lines is solved a mystery which has puzzled the world for centuries, that of the subtle something which was, and is, the connecting link between the two. There is a magnetism or affluence of soul arising in and flowing forth from the persons of either sex, who are, by nature, endowed with large, open, free, sensitive, generous souls, and this sphere is deeply charged with mind, love, and all else that distinguishes noble from ignoble souls. Nor does this magnetism depend at all upon size of brain, or mere physique, for it abounds as much among the small people, intuitive and physically weak, as it does among those who are materially opposite in construction. Hence a man or woman of this sort, if the partner be loved, will be able to parent offspring every way perfect, and physically speaking, better than themselves. There is but little danger of such persons going to the bad, because all their natural tendencies are upward and advansive, not retrogressive, barbaric, or descensive. For their soul magnetism charges their physical, and it is full of life, energy, emotion, and goodness. Hence, whoever comes within the area of its action is benefited, not injured, and this is an imperative universal rule. 34. But there is another, and to some extent more powerful magnetism than this, and I may here remark that it is a generally conceded fact that illegitimate children are nearly always smartest as compared with the fruits of honest marriage. But are they the best? Doubted as a general thing. They are smarter, fuller of nerve, dash, elan, because struck into being at passion's highest tide, but their moral natures and principles are almost universally woefully deficient, and of all the famous bastards of history not one was ever noted for goodness. True, they all have a very large measure of personal magnetism and mental force, but let it never be forgotten that goodness alone is absolute power, and, therefore, the best is always greatest, even though the good man make less show than the more volatile and estimably gifted son of earth. Wherefore, he who would beget the noblest sons and daughters must do so under the dominance of a calm and steady love, within the pales of those barriers which society has erected to protect itself from barbaric savage principles and peoples, individual as well as aggregative. 35. There is another sort of magnetism, rich, full, voluptuous, Websterian, which originates in body, not in soul, and it flows in copious streams from the persons of such as have it, suffusing everything and everybody with its warm and vivifying power. It is charged with passion, enthusiasm, volcanic fire, and while it warms others, is very apt to burn. It comes to full veins, large lungs, livers, good digestion, steady nerves, fullness of habit, appetite, and spirit, and always more or less wins influence and marked distinction for its possessor. Aaron Burr was a good example of its nature, character, and power. Now mark this: the ghoul wins and ruins because affectionately and in love he is a perfect vacuum, and silly female butterfly women rush to him, and get their wings scorched like any miller at a candle, because the empty gorgon draws upon their fullness. They think to find reciprocation, but to attain utter exhaustion and ruin instead. On the other hand, the physically magnetic man suffuses the bodies and souls of his victims with his own magnetic fullness. The woman or man, as the case may be, is drawn to him or her, and while he or she is there to keep up the incessant play of aromal forces, both are happy. But when the parting time comes, and the lesser person no longer has the full one to draw, drain, or feed upon magnetically, then heart aches and excruciating pangs follow upon one side, and generally a magnificent indifference and don't care much aboutness on the other. People with debts of gratitude to pay name towns, counties, lakes, rivers, ships, inns, horses, and boats, after their benefactors and friends. I never exactly follow precedents, yet have a little bill to pay, and do it by christening a hitherto nameless crime. I allude to the horrible one committed by a species of human ghoul differing from either of the others just described. The Dentonite, for such is the name I give the awful sin, is soulless, and altogether void of human feeling. I mean, he is not immortal any more than a mongrel cur dog is. and his lack of soul impels him to seek to supply the dreadful want from young girls, whom he will remorselessly violate and ruin, even if cool, deliberate knife butchery aids him in his fiendish crime, as is often the case, and terrible, awful, outright murder ends the dreadful tragedy. I can conceive no worse horror than that, nor give it a more befitting name. 36. My investigations into the mysteries, philosophy, and rationale of the human being, and its loves and passions, has led me to the inevitable and irresistible conclusion that force is of body, nerves, and muscular organization mainly, and that the real power lies in the soul alone. Now, by the term power, I do not mean, as some have misunderstood me in the past to mean, their mere genital powers common alike to man and brutes, but I do mean that irresistible energy latent in all souls and developed but in an exceedingly limited few. I hold that no power, such as is here intended to be understood, ever comes to man through the intellect. I affirm that the Baconian adage, knowledge is power, is not wholly, but only partially true. For I here repeat, goodness alone is power, and goodness inheres not in brain, but in heart, metaphysically speaking, or on the emotional side or department of man's intricate and involute nature. Wherefore, I lay it down as an axiom that power can only come to and be developed in the soul through love, not passion or lust, look you, but love, the underlying primal fire life of the immaterial soul, the invisible being that constitutes us man or woman, the fire energy subtending the very basis of our being, and, indeed, of all else that exists outside the eternal flame itself, the unimaginable Lord God of the infinite universe, that most mystical heat which fuses all things, subtends all existence, and which is the formative floor of the worlds now rolling in silent majesty through space, cushioned upon the aether, the very breasts of the mother side of God. Now, the true sensing of that higher, deeper, inner love is the beginning of the road which leads the soul into and invests it with real power in the loftier degrees. For love, I maintain, lieth at the foundation, and it is the very synonym of life and strength, and lordly will, and clingingness, and truth, and real development. Wherefore, I lay it down as another immutable truth that the true love conjugation of man and wife is the loftiest and most sacred prayer to and imitation of God possible to any creature in the whole vast realm of matter and mind, spirit and thought. Thus, in proof, how often it happens that a loving couple continually grow more youthful in soul, fruitful in happiness, and joyous in habitude, instead of servile, decrepit, warped, and prematurely wrinkled, as in the cases of those to whom the wondrous realities of love are as thrice-sealed books. Why? Because they, who thus truly love, in their sacred spiritual passion, strike out this divine spark, partake of that celestial fire, replenish themselves with the quintessence of life itself, grow better and spiritually stronger, and more beautiful, ripe, morally wealthy, calm, hopefully attuned to this upper music, pass the brutal lands untouched, walk unharmed amidst moral malarious, and draw down to their souls as copper rods the lightning, the divine fervor and fire of the aerial spaces, the far-off heavens, and become baptized of the Holy Spirit, and earthly protégés of the Supreme Lord of Glory, our God. Now once in a while couples do love each other, and from the product of such unions, what few civilized people there are take their rise and departure, and thus the world is saved by God's fiat, just as one honest man, and good, was declared sufficient to prevent the overthrow of Sodom. The world owes its salvation to the accidents of love, but by and by, what are now exceptional cases will become the universal rule, and then farewell human boyhood, and welcome glorious manhood. Couples not loving each other are mutually exhaustive, and, as a consequence, fret and fume, worry the life out of one another, and wear their very souls threadbare and to shreds, so that here on earth they amount to but little, and after death enter the ethereal realms in a state of immortal leanness, wizziness, scranniness, requiring perhaps ages of time, or at least a long lapse of years, before they can ever reach a condition of soul fatness or celestial plumpitude. We can gain much by truly loving. 37. Light is the shadow of God. Deity is never to be seen, for he ever recedes from telescopic or visual scrutiny, but he is always to be felt, and whosoever feels for God is sure to touch and find him. For when we feel for him, he invariably comes forth and whispers to the soul, "Here I am." But the inscrutable being dwells within the everlasting shadow, behind the everlasting flame, for he is the eternal fire, and the quintessence of all heat, not the heat of combustion, but its opposites, like unto that which is evolved from within our souls when we truly love. Men gazing upon solar light have been struck dumb with the tremendous conception that God was concentrated light, and that to find him they must rush into the intolerable effulgence, the awful brilliance of all the focal spaces. But they erred. The amazing glories they beheld and conceived, and which they confounded with, or to be the very God, was but the dark shadow shielding him from the view in the penetralia of mystery. Man, not God, is concentrated focalized fire, a condensation and crystallization of God's nervous fluid, and everything, especially the human soul, is a form of that fire. But man, as we know him here, is not the only self-consciousness in being, nor is this the best or worst of worlds. There are, and the aerial spaces abound with, multiform intelligences having their conscious origin in ethereal realms, as we have ours in matter. But as the divine fire is the base of all alike, and as love and interfusion is the destiny of all, it follows that there is one common point where the subhuman, human, and ultra-human can contact each other and meet, and this point is that of interblending, for that one point everywhere, and in all things, is the only one thing common to all which exist as living entities anywhere. It follows again that the higher the motives urging us when that universal duty is accomplished, the more powerful is the prayer it really is. The higher it reaches, the more it brings us in rapport with the blessed ones of the purer eighth, and the greater reign of goodness, power, health, life, mystic enjoyment, and all possible good it calls down upon our heads to saturate our souls. But there are grades of these ultra-human orders, towering away from our place and position in the eternal scale, in series vast, inconceivable of orders, societies, grades, hierarchies, to an unimaginable eternity, and other series descending to an equally unimaginable deep of the opposites of what we call goodness, and these, too, meet us on one common ground as the others, and can and do, when we give lust the rein instead of love, ascend from the depths to us, and infuse us with strange ills and evils. The white magic, which I here reveal, teaches how to rapport the good. The black magic of Africa and America, voodooism, rapports us with the denizens of hell, and crime and wretchedness as surely flow out from the one affiliation, as the good flows forth from the other. I have made this revelation here because it will do good and afford a new field for the explorations of such as are interested in solving the tremendous problem of evil, its nature and origin. 38. I have already told the world herein and elsewhere, in Soul, the Soul World, and Homes of the Dead, a reprint and enlargement of the original volume, Dealings with the Dead, that the seat of human consciousness is in the brain, that it is a polar world or globe of white diamond-esque fire in the human head. It is subject to two states, a positive and negative, masculine or electric, and a feminine, magnetic, or womanesque state. In its intellectual or male mood, it thunders forth its edicts from its throne in the brain, the central point of the head. But in its most awe-inspiring, creative, and mystic moods, its fiats are given forth from another seat within the body. The brain is its throne of force, the pelvis its seat of power. In sleep, especially that which is healthful, therefore dreamless, the soul sends a fibril of fire, an incandescent railway, from the corpus callosum to the medulla oblongata, down the spinal marrow to right back of the stomach, to the solar plexus, the great storehouse where the servants of the body bring all the treasures they have gathered during the wakeful day, from the various laboratories, stomach, intestines, ovaria, nerve ganglia, lungs, liver, testes, arteries, and there the soul charges the fine aroma with its own life and sends them back to become parts and portions of the living being. It imparts live fire to every section of the human frame. After this, the soul sometimes sends a filamental cord out into the air, above the earth, and on that ladder of light mounts the azure, and scans and contemplates distant scenes, and occasionally unfathomable mystery itself. Hence, all dreams, could we translate them, have a fixed and determinate meaning. But there is a farther revelation to be made right here. If human interblending occurs while weary, half asleep, vexed, anxious, distrustful, suspicious, thinking of money, or in an excited, passionate, or mental state, two things are likely to occur, i.e., pregnancy, in which case the child is sure to come here and stay here, die here, and go to the other world, and remain there, for centuries perhaps, half asleep, vexed, anxious, distrustful, suspicious, and mentally or otherwise excited all the livelong years. For although the woman builds up the child, the father invariably imparts the bias, because 39. In the beginning of the marriage, every fiber of his body sends a spiritual, material portion of itself to the left half of the prostate gland, and his spiritual, emotional, soul, and mind send corresponding portions of themselves to the right half of the prostate. And at that exact instant that these all meet at that point, the neurovital muscles spasmodically contract, and the procreative fluid passing through takes with it the prostatic exudations, and the immortal being is thus charged with a joyous load of heaven, or a grievous burden of intolerable horrors. But impregnation may not occur, yet the fluids thus charged and discharged are absorbed in great measure by the innumerable mouths and ducts of the vaginal parietes, and she absorbs his physical, mental, and moral poisons as surely as if the husband was frightened down with syphilitic virus, only that one eats away and cankers her flesh, while the other corrodes her soul. Men are proverbially, in these matters, careless of possible consequences, and this is a source of terrible dread to their wives, to such a degree that fear paralyzes their passional nature, and, on their side, there is, and can be, no response. Finding which to be the case, the average husband grows crisp and cranky, offish, petulant, downright angry, all of which she feels, and discord and misery reign beneath that roof. Well, reply, by an effort of the will, the male can prevent the prostatic flow, and secondly, the wife by becoming mentally positive at the crisis and willing that she ought not, must not, will not conceive, cannot, or that she will not absorb that which will impair her mental or physical health, cannot so absorb it. Hence, she is safe whenever she wills to be. 40. Power, true power, can only descend from heaven to true loving souls, because power is feminine, and woman represents it, albeit she is practically ignorant of the fact, and a man has yet to learn that the seeds of power descend either through the feminine channels of his soul or to him through woman. All great men have been made so through women, either by their mothers or by some woman whose love made her will and wish him to be good, great, and happy, during the sacred prayer of holy, loving wifehood. I have already alluded to the ability of a woman to utterly ruin any man her soul loathes and hates, under precisely the same circumstances, for it lies within her power to make or mar the best man living. I have seen it tried in both the make and the mar, and with results magnificent in the one case and insufferably poignant in the other. Thus man, by love all the time, but especially then, can wholly modify woman's character, and kindle her ice to a gentle, constant, and invigorant flame. But carelessness and ignorance on the part of many millions of wives, in some sense, make them responsible for their own miseries, for they all have the ability to resist the depleting effects of pestilent vampirism, and avoid all the diseases, disasters, and ailments, mental, moral, physical, and emotional, thus engendered, and also to wholly transform the nature and character of almost any man, no matter how coarse, inconsiderate, careless, indifferent, or mean. In declaring these new and weighty truths, I victoriously plant the white banner over the frowning ramparts of the social world. Why? How? Attend. 41. Because almost everywhere in this broad land, marriage practically exists as a repressive system. It is all head, and the man is that head, while the wife is but an appendage, and by no means either partner or equal. And so long as such is the case, things will not grow better, because happiness is what everyone seeks for, and is not found at the fireside at home will be searched for elsewhere. Now, I want to stop all that by showing the law underlying human will as it has never been shown before on earth. The system of marriage should be one of absolute equality and partnership between couples. I want to help along that system, for the one now in vogue practically drives enormous hosts of people to heaven across lots, over steep down gulfs of social and domestic horror. I am teaching all to avoid such. On the marriage question, as mainly discussed at present, there is too much everlasting gabble on the horrors of deformity in all parts of the social machine. But I seek to make people purer, nobler, truer, and draw, not drive, them heavenward by appeals to the good, the true, and the beautiful latent within them, and which, when active, brings bliss to every beating heart. 42. Too many marriages concern themselves about mourning. I wish them to be deeply, continually interested about joy. They think mainly concerning how to make the best of a bad bargain, bearing life's crosses, abiding with befitting patience to the end, and all that, while I am teaching them how to make a bad bargain and an exceedingly good one, how to neutralize the social poisons by wholesale, and the worst of them are generated at home, and all through the triple white magic of love, will, and persistent trying. That is, to cure their ills by the constant exercise of common sense, which, it seems, after all, is a very uncommon thing, judging by the stupid way in which 9 married couples out of every 10 totally ignore its clear and plain behests. For common sense is the genius of the average mind, and is an excellent guide to go by. 43. I have said, and it is true, that the other, the feminine magnetic, and therefore superior pole, or polar dwelling, of the viewless soul of humankind, is in the genital system of each sex respectively. Whence it follows that in all nuptial unions, where true love reigns and rules, governs and controls the entire beings of each party, the entire soul of each officiates at the banquet and the celebration, wherefore both the positive and negative powers and forces of each party assist in the incarnation of the new soul. If a new soul is then and there called into outer being to run the gauntlet of time in its race to the fields of eternity, and all such generation is holy, and, it being a genuine marriage, none but truly human children are called into the world. But where no love inspires the parents, only one of the 2 grand forces of their souls officiate either in or at the generation of their mutual offspring. And such children are death sure to be deficient in some quality, and to pay through lives more or less angular, limited, and bitter, for the sins of their parents, and their profanation of the holiest of all human sanctities, and violation of the grandest and deepest law of the human world, that of love. From such conditions it happens that the lands are teeming with half men, half women, and abound in human weaklings. Illegitimates are exceptional in brilliance, because at least some tolerable measure of love and a great deal of passion obtained when they were called into earthly existence. Apply the principle herein laid down, and it is not hard to see the reason why inferior-brained, but strongly loving and loved women become mothers of mental moral millionaires, while brainy mothers give us children born to intellectual penury. Men with comparatively small cerebral capital or caliber, but whose love nature is large, full, open, generous, almost invariably become fathers to their mental superiors, while per contra, we all know that great talent and actual genius seldom produces anything higher than a very low grade of mediocrity. Their children are notoriously below par, and P.A. also. These truths may be new and novel, as are many of those to follow herein, but they are assuredly destined and commissioned to revolutionize the world of thought on these subjects, nevertheless, and notwithstanding. 44. The negative or brain pole of the soul, so to speak, is thoughtful. Its mission is to scan, search, explore, investigate, reason, understand, know. It is in rapport more or less perfectly with the intellectual and knowing universe. That is to say, it is masculine and electric. Now an electric man progresses, stores up, advances toward, and captures knowledge, facts, things, ideas, and principles. And only give him time, and he will become an encyclopedia on legs. For all that's knowable he feels bound to find out. But the positive pole or sphere of the soul, being feminine or magnetic, is in direct contact or rapport with the very soul of being itself, the foundation fires of the universe. With all that vast domain underlying increase, growth, generation, evolution, emotion, heat, expansion, energy, power, the soul and base of being, the arterial blood of God Himself, measureless love, the primal fire flow of the whole vast realm of universal existence, whence the female is nearer God than the male, and God is far more female than its opposite. For it is in him, as in the human, a far less labor to create than it is to gestate and bring forth. God struck the universe into being by a single fiat of His imperial will, but it took even Him billions of centuries to gestate and bring forth man, just as a man occupies 1 second of time only to plant a monad in the uterine soil, but it takes woman 40-odd weeks to prepare it for its uses on the earth. Or it takes man 1 second to begin a work which occupies all the energies of woman's soul and body about 26 million seconds to complete what he began. Hence, one good mother is worth at least 50 millions of male drones, without love to guide them heavenwards. And her influence for good in the universe bears the same ratio to his worthlessness. As a general rule, and right, here I desire to impress upon my readers not only the tremendous value and importance of any human soul and the awful consequences of destroying human life at any stage, but to enforce upon them the absolute necessity of marriage and parentage. For every child, no matter how imperfect, is eventually a positive gain to the universe. And every female who goes to the grave childless, every man who fails in his duty to himself, God, and nature, and dies without prolonging his human line, commits a grave offense, so grave as not to be easily forgiven. Thus, it is readily seen that through love man seizes directly on all that is, and is in actual contact and rapport with all and singular every being that feels and loves within the confines of the habitable universe. But any amount of brain or learning he may have affiliates him to a very few at most, because all sentient creatures love and feel, while comparatively few can think and know. Love forever against the world. The positive throne or seat of the soul in the male is in, near, and about the prostatic gland, while 3 radii extending to the connected viscera, whence it happens that emasculation injures the very soul itself. In the female, the major force of the soul resides in the uterus, with 3 radii extending to the right and left ovaria, and the connected viscera, whence it happens that illness or injuries there have the most baleful, injurious, and debilitating effect upon every portion and department of her being and nature. We often hear the phrase, a fine specimen of a woman, a magnificent woman, but such terms are never applied to any mere bundle of brains, but always of those of fine physical presence, geniality of demeanor, and magnetic fullness, indicating love within the soul, whether it be well and highly cultured or not. Now, it is possible for a man to grow fat who is lean, or lean who is fat, by pursuing steadily Bantingism, I believe they call it, or its opposite, as the case may demand. And I know that a lean soul can also grow fat, and non-magnetic people reverse their states. The mode I have already herein pointed out, hence need not again recur to. 45. Do not forget that herein and elsewhere I have declared the great truth that true manhood and womanhood are more or less in rapport with one or more of the upper hierarchies of intelligent potentialities, earthborn and not earthborn. I believe there are means whereby a person may become associated with and receive instruction from them. More than that, I believe in what I may call will magnets or talismans, that it is possible to construct and wear them, and that they emit a peculiar light discernible across the gulfs of space by those intelligent powers, just as we discern a diamond across a playhouse, that such are signals to the beholders, and that they will, and do, cross the chasmal steeps to save, succor, and assist the wearers, just as a good brother here flies to the relief of him who shall give the grand hailing signs of distress. This is provable. This grand mystery of the will, properly cultured, is the highest aid to man, for it is a divine energos, white, pure magic, the miracle-working potentiality which cometh only to the free and wholly unshackled human soul, while to woman it is the only salvation from marital vampirism, the shield and buckler of her power, and the groundwork upon which must be builded the real rule of her influence in the world and at home. The reasons why will be readily seen by recurring to the basic propositions of the divine silence, which declares that God, the soul of the universe, is positive heat, celestial fire, that the aura of deity, God ode, is love, the prime element of all power, the external fire sphere, the informing and formative pulse of matter. The deduction is crystalline, for it follows that whoso hath most love, whether its expression be coarse or fine, cultured or rude, hath therefore most of God in him or her. The element of time being competent to the perfecting of all refining influences over the ocean of death, if not upon the hither side. Conversely put, the statement stands thus: whoso most resembleth God, therefore hath most of love, goodness, and the elements of power. God is not a libertine. Now these latent energies I claim to here give the true knowledge of, that all may understand the laws of love, will, and ethereal force, and the principles and modes of their evolution and crystallization in the homos. The result aimed at being the elimination of the gross and their orderly consolidation into personal power. I hold that love is, ever was, and eternally will be absolutely pure. Paste is not diamond, though they resemble somewhat, nor is love ever anything but its own transcendent self. Yet normal passion is divine, because through it alone God gives true men to the great man-wanting world. There can be no such thing as unholy love, nor good badness, nor bad goodness. 46. Silence is strength, and the silent lip and steady head alone are worthy. I do not believe in the, to me, absurd dogma of human equality. It is the demonstrable negation of all human reason and experience, is a hypocritical, cruel, and delusive falsehood, puts people out of their element and into wrong positions. It never was, will, nor can be true. For aristocracy, of some kind always rules, is always a unit in interests, while democracy is always ruled, and is eternally at war with itself, and clashing about its own interests, which interests it perpetually injures and destroys. But it is true that some souls are nobler, better, higher, finer, richer, riper, rounder, these seven, than some other souls, and are worth immeasurably more, whether weighed or plumbed in God's scales or man's. For some souls are young, green, acid, acrid, bitter, imperfect, and non-poised, these seven, and such stand for aeons of ages gaping on the highways at regal souls rushing across the deeps toward achievement. Here, there, now, then, up the streets of the worlds and down the corridors of heaven, splendid aristocratic souls who will circumnavigate eternity while the others are wondering, what next? And did you ever? New souls just created, requiring 1,000 or 2 of ages to get their eternal sea legs on, before being able to steadily walk the decks of the eternal ship of centuries and power, or compete with those who, living now, yet have passed their ordeals long before this civilization had taken root in the moldy soil of scores that had preceded it. Men who make and govern circumstances instead of allowing circumstances to govern them. 47. True passion is but one and a minor mode of love's expression. Its offices are triplicate, and when people understand that one grand secret, farewell to social, domestic, and all other ills. And it is this grand secret I have, for long years, been teaching, somewhat, not fully, in all my books, on both shores of the oceans that girdle the world. I know that brains and intellects differ, but hearts and affection are ever the same, that through these last man can attain unto godness, and woman reign queen and equal, where she now serves as drudge, toy, and legal and illegal, something worse. That woman, as such, has most of love crystallized within her, and for that reason is entitled to stand the peer of the best man breathing God's free air, not by reason of her beauty, accomplishments, wealth, or any other accident, but because she hath the womb, the perfected laboratory, wherein she fashioneth and alone completes what it took God, nature, and man, singly and combined, to only begin, and that too so badly that the wonder is that swarming hordes of murderers do not throng the world's highways where civilized man now walks. But so infinitely great an artiste is she, that from the worst of seed she has raised many a splendid human tree, redeemed the race from savagery, fostered and cultured art, science, religion, and all that renders earth habitable, and that, too, under all sorts of repressions and bad conditions, assuredly entitling her now to a chance of trying what she can do, under favorable circumstances, who did so well under the bad. And I hold this to be the strongest argument for woman ever made since the world began, and I advance it only as one of the external reasons I entertain, holding in reserve others as much stronger and more cogent than these, as a chain cable is superior to a child's slender whipcord. 48. I further hold that there are ethereal, spatial centers of love, power, force, energy, goodness, and for, and of, every kind, grade, species, and order of knowledge known to man, and whereof he knows not anything, and that it is not only possible to reach those centers and obtain those knowledges, but that it is achievable by a vast number who now drone and doze away life, die half ripe, and wake up, when too late, to find out what fools they have been, necessitating what it is not the present purpose to reveal. In the present instance, it only remains for the purposes of this declaration of principles to draw a brief comparison between my system and the very best that can possibly, truthfully, be said of any single one of all the others now extant anywhere. They are divided into two parts, one of which proceeds to totally ignore the body, mortifies the flesh, and renders life truly a semi-graveyard, operation from birth to baptism, from that to death. The other allows the utmost limit to lust and license to the elect, and roundly berates all others outside. Vide Mormonism, Perfectionism, and Islamism, and contrast them with their opposites in belief, as the Shakers. But current systems, as a general thing, bend all their energies toward the salvation of men's souls, and, in spending time in trying to get souls into heaven, lose sight of the bodies, which, practically, may go to the other place. Of so little account are they. They believe in crucifying the flesh altogether, and generally affect that very thing for the soul. They wholly lose sight of a fundamental principle of human nature, which is to take delight in doing the very thing it is sternly forbidden to. The people of a town might not, if let alone, leave its boundaries once in 10 years. But you just make a law that they shall not leave it, and that town will be empty in less than a single day. Again, said landlord Boniface, "Traveler, you must go further to pass the night, for my house is full, and I have no place to put you." Says weary traveler, "Don't say so, don't say no. Poor me! How can you serve me so? I'm so fagged out I can't walk another step. I'll put up with anything rather than go on," says Boniface. "Poor weary man, I pity you, and on one condition you can stay. There is one room with 2 beds. The one nearest the door you can sleep in. The other, at the far corner, is occupied by a lady, who must not be disturbed in any way. You must enter it on a tiptoe, without a light, go quietly to bed, and at daybreak quit it in the same manner. Do you agree to these conditions?" "I do." And he was shown the door, and again strictly cautioned. But by and by there was a sound of devilry by night, and that weary, way-worn traveler lifted up his voice and yelled aloud, and his voice went flying the descending stairs, and his body, with protruding eyes and hair erect, came speedily following down, reaching the lower floor just 1 second after his voice. "Oh Lord," said the traveler. "What's the matter?" asked Boniface. "Why, that woman's dead." "I knew that before," said landlord. "But how did you find it out?" "Just so." Human nature is strongly perverse, and this incident suggests that query, that where social life and marriage based upon consent and attraction instead of what they are based on, there wouldn't be a hell on earth or anywhere else unless the 100 brief years, brief to God and to immortal man. Finally, to conclude this section, I admit and triumphantly to that in the cultured or magic, because magnetic, will, I find a remedy for very many of the ills besetting us on the earth, especially in our marriage matters, in the false society of today. And furthermore, that by obedience to law, herein set forth the elixir of life may be found, and the human stay on earth be prolonged a great deal, beyond the storied 80 years and 10. Let us now proceed to the consideration of a phase at the matter in hand, never before fairly treated upon, or even touched by those who assume to discuss it, by reason of its recondite nature. It being my highest ambition to do good while the frame lasts, I possibly may achieve it better in essaying the unraveling of the knot alluded to, than in any other way. Men are often seen whose action currente is wholly feminine, but a far greater number of females are found who have all the yearnings proper only to the opposite gender. Understand me. It is the proper function of man to impart, to give, to enforce, to generate, to beget his kind, and of course the impelling sensations are peculiar. It is the proper function of woman to reverse all this, to receive, respond, provoke passion, accept, exude, gestate, and to have all the sensations proper thereto. But thousands have the characteristics of their proper sex physiologically with their normal sensations, impellent or nervo-vital action, and instead have all the latter characteristics of the reverse gender. This abnormal state, so very common, results from their mothers wishing and hoping that the unborn may be of one sex, while nature determines to and does produce its opposite. Wherefore such girls will love like a man, such boys love like a woman, and of course can never be satisfied in this life on that very account. The upshot of it all is, that urged on by an irresistible impulse, such persons resort to unnatural methods to appease the quenchless thirst, assuage the yearning appetite. Hence, we have onanists, masturbationists, pederasts, those who associate with four-footed beasts, and in other respects sink to very infamous levels, even to those horrible ones, to name which I fairly shudder, and therefore will not. When a woman is pregnant, her whole desire should be that of giving to the world a perfect specimen of her maternal work, allowing nature to determine the sex. And then we shall behold no more such improperly constructed human beings on this fair earth of ours, wherefore we shall be rid of agitators of the sexual question. 49. In announcing the law and fact that the subtle element called magnetism is the connecting link between mind and body, the flesh, sinew, bone, and muscle, and the incorporeal viewless soul of man, I declared a new truth, or rather one newly discovered. True, it has been suspected that electricity, in some of its subtler forms, was that link, but I am not aware that the subtler element, magnetism, was ever even suspected to be such link. Body is the seat of the senses, soul is the seat of the deeper faculties, for emotion, love, sympathy, memory, fancy, judgment, and 100 other human attributes belong to the region and domain of the soul, spirit, mind. The invisible man within, and the vehicle of their display and action upon and in the outer world, is magnetism. Proof: when we are in perfect magnetic rapport with an individual, that person can be made to imitate our action, think our thoughts, do as we do, and be for the time our exact counterparts, but we may be in absolute electric contact, and not one of these strange results will follow. Observe these facts. Cohabitation, love not being the spur, is a magnetic halfness. With love, it is a magnetic circulation. That is to say, pleasure results from a nervous current rushing along the nerves of each and mingling in chemico-magnetic union in and at the termination of the nervous filaments radiating from every portion of the two beings, and converging to a point at the respective vital centers of each. There can be no mutual joy unless such nervous currents do flash along the nervo-telegraphic system, nor can we experience any pleasure whatever, either nerval, gustatory, or in any other manner, unless such currents do thus pass, and moreover, every true or even false human joy must first be in the soul, before the body can participate. We cannot lift a board till we bend to it, and brace the muscles to the task. This is the principle of posism, i.e., placing ourselves to do the work, receive a blow, shock, or impression. We hate, and all our external features array themselves, involuntarily, ever to materially express the metaphysical emotion. Now, for the application of this principle to the subject under consideration. 50. It would look foolish for one to verbally protest burning love, while the face betokened its deadly opposite, or actual, stupid indifference. If the heart means love, and the lips assert it, the voice, manner, eyes, and genial glow must express it also, if one expects to be believed. Yet, in spite of the notoriously plain truth, there are thousands who talk love, while face, feature, voice, and conduct give the lie direct to all the lips have spoken. And yet the speakers marvel because their story is not credited. Such persons, too, may honestly mean just what in all they say, yet failing to pose themselves to the requirements of the case, fail also both in winning credence and retaining what of love they have already won. Counsel: if your lips speak love, always pose your features to the natural language of the passion or sentiment. For the expression of feature, the soft and flowing modulations of tone, the mellow cadence and inflection of the voice, tells the immortal story of the heart quite as plainly and far more eloquently than can possibly any collocation of mere words, which anyone can marshal to his or her aid, and soft and gentle tones will do more for errant, faulty husbands and wives than all the protestations or verbal storms that one could utter in a century. We have societies for the protection of beasts, and need a larger one for the protection of human beings, in certain vital respects. It ought to be just ground, for instance, divorce wherever and whenever a human male forces unwelcome embraces upon any female, whatever. The beasts of the field don't do so. Why should men more than that? It ought to be a criminal offense in the eye of the law, and as such punishable for any human male, under any circumstances whatever, to force the inclinations of any woman, whatever, or to exact or seek wifely offices or concessions, except when she wills and ordains that such may be. Make this a law, and we shall have less work for sextons in digging graves for Mrs. So and so, at any age between 16 and 35. The common sense of mankind knows full well that he is no man, but only a satyr, who demands what cannot be granted, save with a shudder of unutterable horror and disgust, pangs past endurance, or at the risk of health and life. The action of the muscles is as clear an expression of a passion and the mental states behind it, as are the tones which utter it. For actions speak louder than words is not only a truism, but an absolute and unqualified truth itself. Wherefore, if you mean love, look love from top to toe and all over. 51. You never saw a sick man, really, desperately sick, who ever denied the existence of a God. It requires a fine stomach, keen appetite, and excellent digestion to make a first-class skeptic. Why? Because conditions of body affect changes in the soul's feelings, and the play between the outer and the inner being is mutual. For the soul affects the body for good or ill quite as much as the body affects the invisible soul. Married people are either not aware of this double-acting law of the homos, or else willfully ignore its heavy meanings. They live a cat-and-dog life, because neither reasons that some physical disturbance unhinges the soul, or that some metaphysical derangement unfits the body to express what the soul itself may be completely full of. Thus, a woman suffering catamenial pains or some other ill is apt to be rather Novemberish externally, even while July really reigns deep down in her sweet but ruffled soul, and a man, worried to death with worldly cares, is not always either in mood or condition to lavish tenderness even upon the children of his loins, or the wife of his bosom, all of whom he loves beyond his then capacity of expression. A person in certain physical states is insane for the time being, is fully willing to curse God and die. Yet a dose of opening medicine would unbar the gates of his soul, and within 2 hours that self-same man would bless God and live. And a wife in certain magnetic and mental states, the result of physiological causes, would fly at a man and scratch his eyes out, when next day, after a good dose of senna, she would love and caress him half to death. At this writing, I am suffering from partial paralysis, partly the result of a severe fall, a mere matter of 25 feet through the trestle work of a bridge, upon a not very soft pile of rocks at the bottom, sent down there by the savage threats of 2 converging locomotives, one behind and one before. But that injury I could have recovered from by reason of the strong resilient energies of my constitution, had it not happened that for months before then and months afterward I was continually laboring with brain, hands, and pen, bad enough, but was also subjected daily to violent and continued affectional and mental emotion. Cause: a woman at the bottom of it, and that sort of excitement is quite sufficient to bring on paralysis, without the help of any locomotive that ever screeched over the middle ground. A place in Toledo where more ghosts of mangled dead walk than upon any surface of equal area in the entire universe. As physician, I have treated many cases of disease which the patients attributed to scores of causes other than the right one. Affectional trouble, merchants, bankers, men of large business are almost invariably and inevitably stricken down in the midst of life and hope by apoplexy, paralysis, chronic dyspepsia, stone, gravel, or embolism, not alone by reason of their business activity or even nervous exhaustion, but because they do not loosen up, change their moods of motion, and devote more time to the home side, social life, and fun. Business, the infernal demon god, is all in all, passion but a spasm, love a myth, an unrealized dream, its joys still more unreal, vague, phantomesque, until at length nature wears out, God insulted, and he sends the angel of midnight to drop the curtain and change the scene. Aphrodisiacs are certain preparations, most of them outright infernal, which excite the amorous or passional appetites of the human being. There are long lists of them, and many years before this book was written, its author discovered the best 6 tonics the world had ever seen, or has yet. I refer to the protozonic remedials. And I have known hundreds upon hundreds of people who lived so close to the dollar counter that nature withdrew her smiles from them, and impotence, dead, sterile, horrible, became their lot, and for years they had never known love in its physical aspects unless under the forcing power of some disastrous stimulant. To these the protozoans were blessings, indeed, and once more the madhouse and apoplexy were left behind, not because they were remedials, but civilizers, humanizers, fitting the wasted nerve, balancing the tottering brain, restoring the primal conditions upon which human happiness in the social arc depends, not being mere chemicals, but alchemics, or conveyors of spirit, soul. But what a state of things is that wherein men, otherwise sensible, so far forget their duties to self, home, wife, society, and God, as in the mad chase for wealth, to sacrifice manhood, love, and paternity. Paternity, just think of it. What a glory, and what a joy, compared to which all the wealth and honor earth can give were but hollow shams and empty mockery, while parentage, fatherhood, above all imperial motherhood, is a diadem which even gods might well aspire to. I have seen women pass along the streets who gave token of their coming pain and glory, and I have seen things shaped like unto men laugh and giggle as they passed along. These doers of God's finest and greatest work, the incarnators of regal soul, these unappreciated martyrs of love, and victims of man too often beside. And I have felt like rushing upon and tearing the heartless scoundrels to pieces. For if there be a transcendently glorious thing on earth, it is a mother. And I, Paschal, the writer, here say that I took off my hat and did homage to every pregnant woman I ever saw, and I would do it, were that woman no higher than a common troll, so highly and devoutly do I adore and worship motherhood. There, that's my soul. But if these laughters, these careless husbands, knew the truth I now reveal in the next few lines, they too, like myself, would laugh, but with royal joy instead of coarse derision. It is this: first, most seekers after domestic bliss, like him who builds from the roof groundward, begin at the wrong end. It is to be found in soul, not sense, spirit, not form, heart, not dress, and love, not passion. Second, a pregnant woman judiciously loved and treated, not spoiled and pampered, or kept at a dead level of life, love, temper, feeling, passion, ardor, fervor, labor, rest, but made to develop her womanhood, will, in every 10 days, add more soul, strength, fervor, beauty, compactness, energy, power, and force of character and genius to her baby than she could in all the 40 weeks of gestation if neglected in the above respects, for she will knit more greatness in it every hour she lives, and each step or stage of gestation will be carried 1 or more degrees toward perfection. The only difference between a genius and a human ninny is that one is finished up as the work goes on. He is well kneaded and kneaded too, well risen, well baked, and, therefore, is flavored, well done, will keep well, give excellent satisfaction all around, and will be longed for, and wept over when gone, just as children mourn the good things that have passed away forever. 52. Paralysis, caused other than by physical injury, is the result of over-emotion. 2 acrid states of the blood and fluids, often removable by continued catharsis, and by nerve embolism, as well as that of the blood vessels. Consequently, the system is not supplied with a proper amount of vitalized pabulum. Paralysis more often results from affectional troubles than anything else, and the only cure is their rearrangement, accompanied with phosphorized cordials and phosphoric food, to which may be added the daily pouring over the head and backbone of at least 2 pailfuls of hot water, as hot as can be borne, alternating with ice rubbing of the spine, or Rigulin spray baths. This will cure it 9 times in 10 when mentally caused, and would have saved Napoleon III, and perhaps a disastrous war, had his physicians been wise. But they were not, and suffered him to eat, drink, smoke, libertinize to excess, until at last his constitution, enfeebled by amatory outrage in his early life, refused to respond to desire. His embolism increased. Fistula attacked the perineum, involving the entire pelvic system, necessitating castration at the knife of the surgeon, and ending at Chislehurst in fever and death. But a few months after, and the crisis hastened swiftly by the keen anguish resulting from the consciousness that he, the great emperor, was no longer a man, but only a eunuch, or human stag. This fact of his loss occasioned the Decanchi Act of the French Senate, for they would not be ruled by either a woman or a castrato. Barrenness of woman results from similar causes, and so also does the 4 kinds of male impotence, now abounding everywhere to a frightful extent. These are, first, lack of muscular force; second, inability to elaborate the vital fluid; third, inability to retain it at all, or to retain it if and when elaborated; fourth, inability to vitalize it by reason of trouble in the prostate gland. Hitherto, The medical people have recognized but one form of impotence, whereas there are no less than four, each, of course, requiring quite dissimilar methods of curative treatment. 53. Nothing goes on either in soul or body without some sort of expenditure. We have a mental, moral, and affectional digestion as well as a physical one, and we all know that unless we excrete the superfluous matter of the food and drinks we take, dyspepsia comes in, and finally we grow dull, sleepy, and stupid from the accumulated phosphates, acid or alkaline, lime, carbon, etc., urea, uric acid, etc., and death soon comes tapping at the door. But who ever suspected that it is just as necessary to void mental, moral, and affectional wastes, and thus prevent soul dyspepsia, or cure it if established? Yet such is the case. The mind that would be healthy must cast out of it all it cannot appropriate, assimilate, and transmute, else mental, moral, and affectional diseases set in, and cycled debility is the result, terminating in a complete deadening of all these higher qualities which par excellence make us truly human. 54. Now he or she who dwells mainly in the brain is subject to enormous nervous waste, and the blood, charged with refuse, brain, and nerve rust, rushes to the kidneys, and there unloads its bad freight. But all servants get tired, and so do the organs named, so that after a while they cease to drain and sift so perfectly as of yore. Consequently, the alkaline phosphates and urea are not all discharged, but a portion is poured back into the circulation, until finally every inch of the physical body is poisoned, and a healthy soul cannot healthfully act through poisoned nerves and tainted fluids. The kidneys begin to suffer and give out. The suprarenal capsules change their fiber, and no longer act as storehouses for the kidney life, placed there daily by the watchful soul. The bladder goes next, then the testes, prostate, ovaries, or uterus follow, and before you know it, the man or woman is a splendid wreck. Wherefore follow Solomon's advice, and remember two things. First, that there's a time for work and rest and sleep and amusements and converse and amorous diversion. Next, that all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. Meals, sleep, love seasons, all should be as nearly as possible orbital or periodic in their motions, just as the day, night, winter, spring, autumn in the world without. In a little while, nature will assist, and each season will come in full force at its proper time, just as eclipses occur, and green fields smile again. Surely married people will understand this delicate but very important suggestion. Hundreds of people, consulting me as a physician, have benefited by that advice, and by resolutely sleeping apart as a custom, have begun to realize a domestic felicity they never before imagined to be possible. Nay, it is absolutely necessary in all cases where perfect restoration does not follow every night's slumber. Reader, you have 160 bones and 500 muscles. Your blood weighs 25 pounds. Your heart is 5 inches in length and 3 inches in diameter. It beats 70 times a minute, 4,200 times per hour, 100,800 times per day, and 26,725,200 times per year. At each beat, a little over 2 ounces of blood is thrown out of it, and each day it receives and discharges 7 tons of that wonderful fluid. Your lungs will contain a gallon of air, and you inhale 23,000 gallons a day. The average surface of the air cells of your lungs, supposing them to be spread out, exceeds 20,000 square inches. The weight of your brain is 3 pounds. In the average American man, it will weigh about 8 ounces more. Your nerves exceed 10 millions in number. Your skin is composed of 3 layers and varied from 1/4 to 1/8 of an inch in thickness. The area of your skin is about 1,700 square inches, and you are subjected to an atmospheric pressure of 15 pounds to the square inch. Each square inch of your skin contains 3,000 sweating tubes or respiratory pores, each of which may be likened to a little drain tile 1/4 of an inch long, making the aggregate length of the entire surface of your body of 201,365 feet, or a tile ditch for draining the body almost 40 miles long. Now, in any act which requires more than a normal drain, every atom of this magnificent machine is injured, and its life jeopardized. But in sexism, true and normal and false and perverted ones also yield up a portion of the life of every particle of the being. Also, when we sleep with nervous or organic incompatibles, in righteous conjugation, what one gives out is instantly replaced by the other, and perfect rest and equilibrium follow the natural shock. But in the false rites, what of life goes out stays out. There is no return in kind, no change given for the golden coin of life recklessly thrown on the counters of lust. 55. The bitterest matrimonial discontents arise from the half-unconscious misconception that happiness, not growth, is the end of marriage, and the forgetfulness that human nature is universal. It is impossible for two people thoroughly to know each other until they have been tested by the exigencies of united life. If then a radical antagonism of temperament is developed, which makes the union oppressive, why should the discordant souls be kept together? What is to be gained by holding them in the bonds of hatred? The remedy cannot be found in the abolition of the civil contract of marriage, leaving them free to repeat again and again the disastrous experiment, because that has been tried and failed. Now it seems to me that there should be schools of marriage, that is, institutions with professorships expressly to teach the laws which alike, everywhere, underlie human happiness. As it is today, pretty faces win male stupidity, and disaster invariably follows. Above all, our system of nervous life, the good food poorly cooked, the way we eat, drink, sleep, all are axes laid at the roots of the tree of domestic life. There's not one sound man in 500, nor a woman in 1,000, who does not have the doctor's care for ills resulting from this false life. The food we eat and what we drink act upon our souls, our emotions, and our loves, quite as much as upon our mere bodies. And I had rather have one meal cooked by a good, loving old mother than all the hotels of earth with golden plate could furnish, because such food is seasoned with goodness. 56. I am satisfied that sleeping together, and too frequent yielding to the impulses incident to the chemically fevered state we are in, produces a peculiar nervous exhaustion which, if long continued, always results in a chronic morbidity, closely verging upon actual insanity. Indeed, in most cases, upon some points, it is insanity itself. For what else can that state be called which sees nothing at all but ill, dark-omened shadows continually floating over the sky of life, and which beholds, in the wife or husband, nothing but demons or gorgons? Chatters about him or her, exposes faults, magnifies molehills into rocky mountains, and only breathes venom, spite, and malignant hate upon one sworn at the altar to be loved and cherished till death did them part. This is sheer madness, downright insanity, and in that mood what worlds of wrong are daily done, and that, too, by people in whose hearts angels slumber and long to be awakened, that their wings might fan the fevered brow and lull the weary souls to rest. This insanity has its rise in satiety and non-reciprocity, in the more intimate relations of husband and wife, and is akin to that which falls like a leaden pall, sooner or later, upon the onanist and debauchee. Owing to the imperfect marriages of today and the few past decades, millions of half-children or unsounded ones have been born, crooked, angular, violent, unreliable, impulsive, vagarious, and constitutionally morbid, with a powerful bias toward unquestionable insanity. Passing along the streets, it is easy to pick out people thus born. Their faces and heads betray the unmistakable brand of incipient lunacy, and it requires but little provocation to fan the latent embers into a glowing and terrible flame. The average insane head is smaller in all its dimensions than the sane. The latter shows, also, less irregularity of outline. The left anterior quarter of the sane head is usually larger than the right, while the right anterior quarter of the insane head is almost always larger than the left. Many insane people show a decided projection in the right frontal region. Now mark the conduct of your friends thus organized. 57. But why are they insane? What's the actual, not theoretic, but purely scientific facts of such cases? Reply: magnetic and emetic depletion act upon some people precisely as starvation acts upon everybody. When the stomach can no longer get food, the body begins to consume and feed upon itself. First it absorbs the fat, and we grow lean. Then it attacks the muscles, and we become skeletons. Next the liver goes, and we become cadaverous. Then the mucous surfaces are called upon, and at last the serous plates are attacked, and the grave closes over a bunch of bones only. In the case of the sexual, pederastic, Daytonian debauchee, when his lust alone drives him to either excess or sexive horrors, there is no return, and his passion consumes his body. First, the nerves become strained and tensioned beyond endurance, and one after another gives way. Then the muscular cords are slackened. Then the testicular glands decrease. Then the prostate. Then the marrow of the backbone softens and yields its fat to feed the fearful fire, creeping up till it reaches the brain. Then the substance of the brain goes down to the death's hot furnace. The soul shuts itself up, moodily waiting its time of flight, and when it acts, at all is compelled to do so through diseased organs and perverted channels. Hence, all it does is distorted, outer, queer, abnormal. The man is mad, and let the curtain fall. The tragedy is ended. 58. When teaching those who were desirous of mastering the principles, pervading the books, and constituting the soul of the system evoked and elaborated by him whose pen scores these lines, it was the custom for him to address them in these following words, or their equivalents. First, the mystery of life and power, seership. In its loftier, not merely its lesser meanings, forecast endurance, insight, farsight, longevity, silent energy, mental force, magnetic presence, and impressive capacity, lie in, flow out of, pertain to, and accord with the she or mother side of deity, the love principle of humankind, and the sexive natures of the complicate homos. Outside of its sphere of operations, all is cold and deathful. Within its mystic and magic circle dwells all there is of fire, latent and active, actual and metaphysical. And there is of energy, procreant power, physical, mental, spiritual, and all other. And it, love, is the master key, unlocking every barred door in the realms that are. Remember, O neophyte and reader of this book, that I am not dealing in mere philosophical formulae, recipes, or trashy directions, but in and with fundamental principles underlying all being. Fix this first principle firmly in your memory, and roll it under the tongue of your clearest understanding. Take it in the stomach of your spirit, digest it well, and assimilate its quintessence to, and with, your own soul. That principle is formulated thus: love lieth at the foundation of all that is, and love is convertibly passion, enthusiasm, affection, heat, fire, soul, God. Master that. Second, the nuptive moment, the instant wherein the germs of a possible new being are lodged, or a portion of man's essential self is planted within the matrix, is the most solemn, serious, powerful, and energetic moment he can ever know on earth, and only to be excelled by correspondent instants after he shall have ascended to realms beyond the starry spaces. 59. If a man actualizes that moment while under the dominion of animal instinct or human lust alone, when the effect is losing, unmanning, degrading to both himself and her, murderous toward the recipient, and suicidal to himself, it means hatred, disease, and magnetic ruin to both. Its influence for evil spreads over a wide area on earth, feeds and sustains barbarism, nourishes the monstrous larvae of the middle kingdoms of the arid habitats of disembodied beings, even when no progeny results. But if there shall, then he and she generate misery, crime, and possible murder as the heritage of that child. If, on the other hand, love be the prompting angel at the hearth nuptial, then strength, goodness, truth, harmony, and sweet melodies of life ensue to the twain, and are ensured to the offspring God shall give them. Third, at the very instant his seminal glands contract to expel their treasures, at such instant his interior nostrils open, and minute ducts, which are sealed at all other times, then expand, and as the lightning from his soul darts from the brain, rushes down the spinal cord, leaps the solar plexus, plunges along the nerval filaments to the prostate gland to immortalize the germinal human being. And while the vivic pulse, if leaping to the dark chamber wherein soul is clothed in flesh and blood, at that instant he breathes in through the inner nostrils one of two atmospheres underlying, interpenetrating, as the spirit does the body, the outer air which sentient things inhale. One of these auras is deeply charged with, because it is the effluvium of the unpleasant sphere of the border spaces, where is congregated the quintessence of evil from every inhabited human world in the entire congeries of soul-bearing galaxies of the broad universe. Else he draws in the pellucid aroma of divinity from the far-off multiple heavens. It follows that as are the people at that moment, so will be that which enters into them from the regions above, beneath, and round about. Wherefore, whatsoever, male or female, shall truly will for, hopefully pray for, and earnestly yearn for, when love, pure and holy, is in the nuptive ascendant, in form, passional, affectional, divine, and volitional, that prayer will be granted, and the boon be given, but the prayer must proceed. Discord reigns in marriage land today, and one principal cause is that while the magnetic tide is at its height, and before the soul withdraws its power from the pelvis back to the brain seat, they part company, and the spiritual auras and vital air escapes into the external world, instead of being stored up and absorbed by the woman's spirit and soul. 60. The consequence is that the evil forces take hold, with deadly grip, upon the very roots of their triplicate being, because in acting as they do, they defy, annul, prostitute, violate, and disobey the very primary law of human existence, and voluntarily seek to defeat God Almighty's great purpose underlying their creation. 61. Balzac says, "He who begins with his wife by a rape is a lost man. I say, it is next to impossible that she can ever love him after as before. And I say this after a large medical practice of not less than 30 years. But most men not only begin thus, but keep it up, the fools, and their name is legion, till hatred, horror, and disgust either kills her outright or suggests an evil from which every true human shrinks." 62. Abortion at any stage from conception to birth is murder in the first degree. It effectually kills the child, demoralizes the mother, destroys her moral and physical health, while living, and after death irrevocably dooms her and her assistants to the perpetual society of murderers, beyond the grave, from which doom there is no appeal. So beware of the crime. 63. Circumstances may demand non-increase of family. Therefore, avoid all risk 48 hours before and 100 after the catamenial period. Avoid all risk after a return from a journey or temporary absence. And 64. After the make-up, following an unpleasantness, tiff, spat, or downright family quarrel, because the reaction creates not only increased affectional and procreative energy, but also a peculiar liability to the risk of unwished-for parentage, then especially. 65. Mental, moral, physical, and domestic trouble, mutual magneto-vital exhaustion, are easily preventable between couples if they will but sleep apart, have hard beds, good ventilation, never sleeping in day-worn underclothes, and each magnetizing the other at the 7 magnetic points of the human frame: sides, spine, throat, head, breasts, and over the stomach. 66. Superior men, whatever their rank or calling, are very attractive to women, as a general thing. Therefore, such men, as they are almost always very licentious, have great need of watchfulness and prayer, considerable prayer, but more watch. 67. The true nature of any wife is quickly changed for the worse by the pigness and private brutalisms of their husbands, and can't a man do as he likes with his own requires a universal no, even if ownership of the wife is conceded, which it isn't. 68. When a husband's private conduct, unreasonable demands, etc., has estranged the dear love so precious to every genuine man, there is but one way to change it back, and that is forbearance, self-restraint, care, gentleness, reciprocity, and love. It is best to eat only when one is hungry, but why force an unwelcome feast to you, whore to her, except she be a-hungered as well? If she be not in sympathy with her husband in all respects, it means death to her affection for him, in time, if not at once, and he is a poor bird who foolishly ruins his own nest, and how many human birds do it? We are triplicate beings, soul, spirit, body. Our loves and passions may be of either one, two, or all three of these. If our love be only of soul, it is too fine and ethereal for this lower world, and for all practical purposes is useless. If it be of spirit only, it is too vague, unsubstantial, unthoughtful, and physically unsatisfactory. If it be of body only, then lust is regnant, with hell all around, and crime swelters in the air. If our loves be of soul and spirit only, then we are bereft of the power to become energies in the world, because we lack the material force to either make or mark on each other, the world, or to give good physico-vital constitutions to our offspring. If our loves be of soul and body, we are isolated from the rest of mankind, and are lone pilgrims all the way along. If they be spirit and body only, we are extreme, either all transcendental affection or downright animal passionists. It is only when our loves are triplicate that we fulfill our true mission and realize the supreme joys of existence. The marital office and function is therefore material, spiritual, and mystic. The Christian world knows much about the two first, but nothing whatever of the last. This book of my doctrine only contains it, for it alone declares and establishes the fact that the marital function is unquestionably the highest, holiest, most important, and most wretchedly abused of all that pertains to the human being. Its offices are so vital that I hold as cardinal, indisputable axioms that 69. He who is diseased or unsound pelvically is not a true man, while thus, that his soul is barred out from the heavens, whither all souls repair during sound sleep, and that his immortality is not certain till he does become sound. Woman everywhere is subject to the same law and penalty. 70. We hold that any over-passional, inconsiderate male human is no man, and that such a husband must necessarily destroy the best wife ever given by God to the Son of Man, and 71. An over-passional woman can easily destroy and ruin any husband on the earth and totally unfit him for combat with the world. 72. Children are the gifts of God. They will not come unless the message is sent for them during the wife's lunar season. Hence, any artifice to prevent conception, save such as are based upon time, will, and her moon's changes, are diabolic, inhuman, and dangerous to both the man and the woman, souls as well as bodies. 73. Giaours and fools think to avoid all disaster through the murderous habit of incompletion of the conjugal right. But they are mistaken. Both the wife and husband, for such folly begets hatred, disease of bladder and brain, nerves and soul in him, and a corresponding host of evils in the wife. Why? 74. Because it is not merely suicidal and unnatural, but is also a conjugal fraud, among whose results may be reckoned dyspepsia, insanity, paralysis, and impotence on his side, and uterine, vaginal, and ovarian inflammations, ulcers, leucorrhea, and prolapsus on her side, physically, and hatred, disgust, and ruin on both sides. 75. Too few husbands respect the modesty of their wives. Forget that drapery, perfumes, beautiful trifles are powerful adjuncts. Do not know that it is impossible for a wife to love him unless she is won, not forced, to compliance. That he can never hold her soul, and she be made to realize the natural God-intended joy of conjugal association, except by those affectional and magnetical caresses and endearments which to the wise husband suggest themselves. Above all, let none be careless of modesty, for whoever cannot blush is lost. 76. Too frequent exercise of any power, quality, or faculty is ruinous. This is especially true of marriage matters, which are only productive of two results, hell or heaven. For the true and holy rite is ascensive, and leads to health, happiness, delight, longevity, gracious, celestial, and glorious joy, or descensive, leading to the lowest depths of social, moral, and domestic horror, on which sad rocks too many souls are wrecked. 77. Love between husband and wife should last to the brink of the grave, but it don't. With careful obedience to these rules, and judicious food, drink, and occasional baths, it will. Doctors, clergymen, merchants, lawyers, people of letters, all whose minds are constantly on the stretch, also women of like mental culture, are all more or less deficient in vital energy, and all will speedily reach primitive vigor, endurance, and elasticity of spirit and body only through the natural methods herein set forth. 78. Conjugal love never stands still. It either increases or diminishes, and husbands and wives both injure and mar it by heedlessness. 79. She who yields to a libertine is sure to be despised by him. He who patronizes a harlot is worse than a beast, and either are unworthy of the forms they bear. For no beast sins against beast morals as humans do against theirs. Whoever yields to passion, not love-founded, is not only a fool, but a suicide. For love-passion builds up the human soul, but mere lust absolutely wastes soul, and every one guilty of the folly knows this from experience. For a debauch lessens the entire volume of power. Whoever is false to a true wife or husband contracts the malaria of the shades, and is sure to bring home the subtle poison and lay the broad foundation of domestic ruin. Sexual faith and purity is the price of power, just as love is the sole base of immortality. All people do not have souls. 80. Both husbands and wives will grant as a boon when either would refuse to accord a right claimed as a right. Nothing is lost, but everything is gained by the persuasive mood. He comes too near who comes to be denied. Insistence is brutalism. Ask in love, be sure to show it. If you're true, she's sure to know it. Slow paces last the longer. Unless there's mutuality, a little, but growing pandemonium is kindled. 81. Govern yourself, then you may rule a kingdom, and then your mate. 82. Nothing but love can keep a man faithful, and not that always, unless he finds greater solace at home than abroad. And that's just it. They too often do, and that's her fault, for unless he does, she's never sure of him. 83. A woman must have love, must love, and be loved, in all its true meanings, ought, of course, to have and exercise it at home, but if she don't have it there, she will elsewhere. And he who imagines he can keep her true in heart, at least, without loving her right along and right straight from his to her soul, is an egotist, a fool, and dolt. Lost love seldom returns. It can only be won by truth, assiduity, and genuine manhood. 84. An idle wife may be successfully tempted, so may a dressy one, or one subject to flattery. For such to be tempted is to fall. She will forget everything but a slight to her love. Not passion, but a man will forget a slight to his love, but never forgive a sin against his conjugal rights. Ought he? 85. No power can tempt a woman against the man she loves, and whom she knows loves her in return. 86. No right of marriage gives ownership, but equality. Proprietorship means despair to her, dishonor to him. 87. A woman in love can be wholly trusted, but not so with a man. 88. One sheep-killing dog will ruin all the other dogs he comes across. If you grant him time, and one loose woman will corrupt 500 innocent girls or wives in 6 months if you but give her the chance to do so. It is their chief delight. Finally, I commend these 28 points to the study of mankind, as also that portion of knowledge which is yet to be taught you hereinafter. 89. The entire social, conjugal, and domestic worlds today are in an uproar, chaos, and revolution. It is deplorable that so much ill will, sickness, discontent, hatred, sadness, insanity, and wretchedness exists among the married of today. But it is true, and domestic happiness is the exception to an almost universal rule, at least among the people of every sort and section of this nation, and scarcely anywhere else. in such frightful forms upon the globe. Husbands neglect their wives and practically hate them. Wives the same, and universally domestic chaos reigns supreme. The worst of the matter is that both wives, husbands, and society at large attribute the bad state of things to wrong causes, for the fact is that the real one lays right before their very eyes, yet they will not see. Such a state of things cannot exist among Oriental nations, or the dark-skinned people of the world. Were it not so serious a matter, one would laugh at the absurd and puerile folly that permits the reign of such social non-concord for a single day, when its causes are so palpable and its cure so easy as things exist. Wives are defrauded, husbands do not love them, and wives fail to hold their lords in affectional duress. How few, indeed, know how, or even care to accomplish health and happiness at home. And yet, it is in every man's power to make his wife love him, and in every wife's to make her husband worship God through her. On my soul, I truly believe that if my rules were followed, the social millennium would be close at hand. No strictly good human power can dwell in or be developed by any man who is sexually unsound, imbecile, puerile, weak, or impotent, nor in any woman with fallen womb, leucorrhea, ulcerated vagina, or passional frigidity. How, let me ask, in God's holy name, can you expect home, happiness, or heaven in a family where the wife never, from the altar, where she swore her life away, to the grave that closes over her fretted corpse, never realizes the slightest marriage joy, or anything else than utter and profound disgust? How can a man be constant, faithful, good or great, who is in a sense compelled to run after harlots because his wife is concentrated ice? You can't expect perfection from conditions themselves imperfect. But there is a clear passage and open water out of this polar sea of marriageland. 90. There cannot be a doubt but that the philosopher's stone of ancient and medieval lore, and the elixir vitae, water of life, and perpetual youth, so vaguely hinted at by old writers, and which constitutes the burden of the celebrated book Hermippus Redivius, or the sage's triumph over decrepitude and death, means this identical triple mystery, which scarce anyone practically knows, but which all should learn, and which every physician and divine in the land ought to be compelled to teach their subjects under heavy penalties of neglect, because it is this the secret of sustained youth, grace, and beauty. It is the gate of power and the crown and signet of ineffable human glory. It unveils the throne of will, and taps the fountains of excessive joy. It is the Jimshidjinini of Persian story, and he or she who knows, appreciates diviner and celestial bearings of life and its meanings, become indeed a child of the infinite, and no longer a stranger to the Father's face. And they alone who have it are able to reach the magnificent sweep of clairvoyant vision, which, leaping from earth at a bound, scans the unutterable glories of space, and beholds the reign of starry systems, as we view a gentle summer shower. 91. The great source of crime, illness, wretchedness, and suffering has been traced to its one single source, and that is the abuse, improper use, and mismatching of people in their loves, conjugal relations, and sexual incompatibilities. It is proven that these bad conditions are frequently the result of organization and sometimes spring from incompatible electric, magnetic, and chemical relations between couples. That absolute separation is the only cure for some who are wretched in their married state or interrelationship, while attention to health and a fair amount of try is a certain cure for other cases. 92. The body of a man is a mere conglomerate of earths and metals, gases and fluids, wholly material, but penetrated and permeated in every atom by imponderable elements, essentially electric in their nature. Thus beneath, and lining our eyes, are ethereal organs corresponding thereto. Beneath our limbs, heart, lungs, brain, in short, all our parts are corresponding electric organs, and the totality of these constitutes the ethereal, spiritual, death-proof man or woman. And when dissolution occurs, this inner man or woman oozes out of the material structure, becomes self-conscious again, and takes its place among the countless armies of the departed, but neither lost or dead. And this internal, ethereal man, woman, or child can be contacted by us in the flesh, by conforming to the laws governing such contact and the observance of a few simple rules. 93. A passionless man or woman is a human nonentity. It is only when we are wholly man or woman in the higher, holier, and also physical sense that we can reach the loftier and more significant heights of any sort of power whatever. Therefore, those who would cultivate those loftier instincts and gain mental wings wherewith to scale the heavens should at once attend to the business of regaining perfect health, mental, physical, emotional, and passional. Presently, great-hearted love and blessed compassion will nestle in all our hearts, and in this glad, prophetic hope we may all be happy, yet we are, none of us, ever wise except when merciful. Let us all be so, for only then can we be perfectly human, only then become vessels for the influence and effect of Godness. Never yet did man come to the absolute conviction of soul and immortality, but he also came to that of God and prayer. For, say what you will, both are and ever will be positive realities in the universe. In love alone lies the boon of immortality. Injustice reigns today. Sad are the times when wedded wives decay, and brothels flourish, and Cyprians bear the sway. These are the times, their scarlet banner waves, and honest wives, neglected, fill up a million graves. When woman's eye grows dull, and her cheek paleth, when fades the beautiful, then man's love faileth. He sits not beside her chair, clasps not her fingers, twines not the damp hair, let o'er her brow lingers. He comes but a moment in, though her eye lightens, though her cheek pale and thin, feverishly brightens. He stays but a moment near, when that flush fadeth, though true affection's tear her soft eyelid shadeth. He goes from her chamber straight into life's jostle. He means at the very gate business and bustle. He thinks not of her within, silently sighing. He forgets in that noisy din that she is dying. And when her heart is still, what though he mourneth? Soon from his sorrow chill, wearied he turneth. Soon o'er her buried head memory's lights setteth, and the true-hearted dead thus man forgetteth. But it won't be so when both sides have found out, as a rule and law, that no happiness is direct, although joy may be, but always reflected. In other words, that to be happy and loved, we must first love and render happy some other soul. This is the eternal law of love's equation, and is as absolute, rigid, and unalterable as are the laws of number, reflection, and gravitation. We all need, at times, a little and occasionally a good deal of coaxing. We are a perverse set, and oftentimes refuse to do the very identical thing others want, and we ourselves are aching, dying to do, simply because some witling has not sense enough to coax us. And many a good man and better woman has been suffered to gallop straight into the jaws of death, right into the mouth of hell, for want of a little gentle persuasion, even of the Blarney sort. Especially is this true of men, even quite as much as of the other sections of the human being. I believe the only physician who has been known to condemn exercise was Cardanus, a physician of Milan. He exclaims against using any exercise that can fatigue a man in the smallest degree, or throw him into a sweat, or accelerate his respiration. He gravely observes that trees live longer than animals because they do not stir from their places. About the same time, Asgil, a French writer, undertook to prove that man is literally immortal, or rather that any given living man might probably never die if he used sufficient prudence and a forcible exercise of the will. He complains of the cowardly practice of dying, considering it a mere trick or unnecessary habit. 95. I copy from my manuscript of the Ansoretic Mystery, a medico-religio and mystic composition of mine upon the same general subject as this book, but which, as it expounds certain very delicate facts and principles, adapted only to the mature, and therefore for private study. The following paragraph, stating, before I do so, that while alive and able, such of my patrons and patients as need that now widely famous letter can write for it. But in no case will it be sent save under seal, as a private message from physician and teacher to patient and pupil, and genuine candidates for full, true, noble man and womanhood. Wherever you see a rich, Jesuit beauty, spirit, or power in a boy or girl, wherever you behold force of genius, you may rest assured that the conception of which they are the result occurred when their parents both loved and were impassioned. Au contraire, whenever you come across genuine meanness, lean, weaselish, deceitful, slanderous, lying, scrawny, white-livered people, grab-allish, selfish, and accursed generally, you may safely wager your very life that such beings were begotten of force, and were mothered by passionless, sickly, used-up wives, without the slightest danger of periling your stake.